What's up, chatters? Late stream? Yeah, something like that. I was busy all day. Then I had to try and fix the bug with the audio. Wasn't able to fix it though. But it's fine. I'm probably just gonna full on replace my audio mixer. Because this one is acting up, I don't know. So we're gonna do another stream with this audio like this, but it's fine. You're gonna explode. So what do I have? I have the Rodecaster Duo. But for some reason, the audio coming back to the PC is distorting when I play the game. Or any game. It's weird. Weird. Went from Diamond 3 to GM3 one day. Oh, damn, W. Nice. Nice. Let me start up the stream. Oh, it already did. Nice, nice, nice. All right. I'm already in game. There we go. New York is gonna blow up. Would have blew up if they lost. Knicks won. It would have blew up if they lost. You watch the NBA Finals? No, I didn't watch it. I heard it was pretty crazy though. It was pretty crazy. Everything's set up. Yes, everything is set up. Give me a second. All right, my bad. Okay. So yeah, the audio is still fucked. Give me a second. Mic is not tightened. Yeah, my audio's still fucked. It's still distorted. Like you can already hear it probably when I play the game. I mean, at least you're gonna hear it. For some reason, I still have it. I don't know why, but I've been trying to fix it all day. I wasn't able to fix it. So yeah, it is what it is.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
How you go live after New York wins? There's gotta be a setup. Nope, I did not watch the game. I don't care a single bit about the game. I don't watch it.
This is the last
I don't watch it at all. Yo, thanks for the raid, Gospel. My niece and nephew almost locked my PC. What do you mean they almost locked your PC? What you mean by that? You mean they almost locked your PC? Shift is ended. Shift is ended. You don't lock in any more hours than that. Lock in? Who's stream back up? We panning Jeff. Oh my lordy. Yeah, I'm banning Gambit. I'm banning Gambit. Nah, bruh. Jesus Christ. Straight into ranked? Yeah. Not wasting time. Straight to ranked. Jalen Brunson, my goat. What was that? know any of these players. I don't watch it. Gaming, I wouldn't know.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
The pink eye skin? Pink eye skin is crazy. You said this is the pink eye skin? This skin is hard, bro. Y'all tripping. Y'all are tripping, bro. This skin is sick. Y'all saying anything, bro, just to get me off this skin. He's a hero, that's all you need to know? A hero.
Before you attack.
I'm gonna take you to point.
No, you're not.
What? And she says he's not.
Tricks. It's called camartage. Not exactly on any brochure.
Wait, can you guys hear the distorted audio? I'm shooting. Does it sound weird? It definitely does. It's so weird because it doesn't happen on TikTok, but it only happens on.
3, 2.
It's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad, but it's still annoying.
Sounds
Sounds normal to you?
Got it?
I promise you, the audio isn't normal right now.
Take off my mask for a certain eye touch.
Son.
Enemy in front of us.
It's random when it happens too. The worst part is that it's random when it happens. So like it'll happen and it'll disappear and it'll come back. It's not my gaming computer causing it. Because when I use OBS on this computer, the one I'm gaming on, it doesn't have the issue. Like the audio sounds hella cursed. Driver bug? Nah, I updated my drivers. Update my drivers. It just randomly started happening when I woke up. I don't know why. I mean, it's not that bad of a bug because I can still play the game and whatnot. And the worst part about it is that the audio sounds perfectly normal for me. It's just for you guys, it sounds cursed. This character's so broken. Oh, I didn't get healed.
Still got some fight left in me.
Hey, Spider-Man, I'll fuck with your name.
Looking for cute ebooks. Okay. What a name. What a name.
That's weird.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Right on target. Need some help. Thanks for the boost. Punisher's turn is active.
I don't like the cold.
Punch it up! Heal me up, please.
What'd I kill? I could White Fox. Is this me or the stream lagging?
And
Lagging.
the battle's not done. Neither am I.
Just
Like
you.
this purple portal.
Wait, the stream is actually lagging. It's jittery. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's see if I can fix this a match. Poor girl. Hold on.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a...
Never thought I'd miss hearing you.
Kneel, peasants! It's the grand finish! That one hurts.
What? Oh, the more's under. Did I fix the audio thing? Hell no. I tried. What the fuck are you doing on here?
No contingency plans.
Put a me.
No, I didn't fix it. Why does Cyclops run like that?
Judge!
Let him cook?
Jury! Executioner!
Fuck. I need something working up solo queue. Flat blade, man. Did you watch my blade guide?
boss has passed the halfway point.
Force boost.
Did you watch the Blade Guide? Yes. What are you struggling with then? It's probably just a game sense issue then. You just gotta get more reps playing the character. Probably. He's headshot me.
Got your back.
I do really good on blading game. I just don't win. What the what?
The professor blasting through.
They're winning. You've still got a chance. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
No, we're actually gonna lose this match. Can't carry these guys.
7 deaths.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Son.
Whoa.
We're gonna have to talk about it
7 deaths is crazy.
because can't keep
I don't
doing
want to
this
talk.
shit. Okay, well, you can swap and not talk about it. Let's talk about that. You want to talk about
No,
that?
no, bad map, bad map. Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You look, you sound like a QB boy.
Spider-Man's worst season. I'll
This
say this
is,
every season.
not a lot to talk about.
Grid check, grid check.
Can we
Not
go
good
back
experience.
or something?
Some say it's channeled
Yeah,
from
can
a
we not
dimension
add
of
it?
pure
They have like
concussive
mega powers.
force.
I'm not going back. Like
The so-called
I'm not
punch
gonna beat that.
dimension. America Chavez told.
Go back Fox. They have a
Adam,
Punisher.
pick
Battle starts in
The horrible
5,
character.
Like,
You're not the
Otis
only one.
or-
Three.
Float, go float. Fill the bubble
Just put a
down.
cloak.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Like that.
The Sanctum Sanctorum is my refuge, my
We'll go off
fortress.
angle.
Invisible cloak. Like, it was strange to team up.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
My goodness, she's 1 HP.
Yeah.
Focus on the battle.
Stronger than Colossus.
That was guy Mantis buffed.
I'm
Just
an
2 shots.
boost.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Nice.
You can't say love and more rebels in the same sentence.
Yours.
Is the audiobook still happening? Not
Like
for
a
TikTok.
QE boy, keep ulting like that.
Boost.
Wait.
Is it really just for OBS only?
Yeah.
Because that's what it was last year.
Maximum impact.
It's probably not happening for TikTok, is it?
Thanks for the boost.
Can we Cyclops ult when they come in or no?
I like it cold.
Smell awful. Right on target. Maximum impact.
What's up, dude?
Son, I can't get a heal? Jesus Christ, bro.
Good medicine.
We are
An unseen
undisputable.
assist. I don't give a force boost.
It sounds perfectly fine on TikTok. Wow, that's so dumb. How does the audio bug only happen on OBS?
Shields up.
Even though they're using the
Okay,
same
so-
application or audio mixer. That's so weird.
That should make a difference.
You got them all.
Every last
Like, you see my problem with it? No. I tested it off stream without TikTok open. It still did it. And I re-downloaded my OBS.
Yeah, I did that.
It still did it.
right on target.
Like, you see my problem? Do you see how crazy that sounds?
Motion beam.
GG, can we ult when they come in, maybe?
The dangle.
Like, that's insane,
Somehow
no?
they're done.
Got my eye on
They got
some welcome
strangled.
guests. Perfect angle.
Double kill.
They're getting
Contingency plans
torched, by the way. I'm literally cooking them.
Still enjoying this extreme force.
Need me.
That should make a difference.
We get to some real whippersnappers. Nice.
This character does so much damage, bro. Fella's trying to say, oh, but you're fighting bots. He's not OP. Brother, this guy 5 shots
Dude,
or
there was only
4
one
shots
death that round.
at longer ranges than Hella and
That was good.
Phoenix. He does more damage than Phoenix and Hella. At the same range.
Yeah,
The
you
drivers
boys on
issue?
your mind,
Update drivers on
so
both
you're doing
computers.
pretty good there, man.
Building
That's good.
drivers.
Can I be your
Maybe
E-boy?
Me?
Spider-Man, we're both red. The same.
30 seconds before you attack.
What are you-
Get ready.
Like, it
Still
feels
on
oppressive.
Our
application.
characters are red.
You're
Well,
dead already
everybody-
before you even
Everyone on our
see
side,
it. He doesn't CC or anything. He would just kill you.
Trusted ally.
That's the thing about this guy. He doesn't do a lot. He doesn't have a
That's the
CC. He
one.
just does
Yeah.
fuckloads of damage.
Simple days when we were just teens who fought crime.
Like, he doesn't have like a stun or nothing. He would just do a shitload of damage. I mean, I guess he has this. It's slow, but like,
You're right. At least now
The
I
battle
what it
starts in 5.
I mean, you're not using that to slow people. You're using that to run
Glad we
away.
got that off our chest.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Wait,
area.
Luna.
Got it?
Ready to help.
To me,
Oh.
my X-Men.
Oh, I tried to roll out.
Else who wants to pitch in?
That shit cut to me.
Can you be my E-boy?
Jesus Christ.
I'm hurt.
You cheating on me.
I'm not
Don't
listening
distract
to
You
it.
her.
didn't see the fucking bull I just hit on their back?
She can always count on you, Spidey.
Spider-Man woke
Looks
up, thank
like the mission
goodness.
area is yours to
They
capture
have a
now.
they have
Like,
a
cringing
lever.
right now.
Nah.
The mission area is yours.
Everything.
I still enjoy successful operation.
Yeah, the DC, yeah. Or
Thanks for the boost.
AFK, what are you want called? Audio drivers? I don't know. Like, if it's actually just not doing it on TikTok, I can't look at
Characters
TikTok
version.
VODs.
Can we have that?
So I don't know, but if it's really just only doing it on
Beam.
Yeah, let my sock
all the
go
other
outside.
apps I'm streaming on except TikTok, that's hilarious.
Let me die.
No, we're not gonna throw this. We're not gonna start trolling and throw this.
Yeah, I'll leave that
That's just
No,
hilarious,
no,
bro.
no, no, no.
right now.
You wouldn't do that.
That one.
You won't.
Good luck, good luck.
Heal me
Dude, you guys are all chodlers.
Why is he streaming? Because he's a troll.
Extra help never hurts.
You won't need this.
Oh my god, busting.
No,
Oh,
look.
good old good boy, PD.
They're gonna ult you. It's not gonna be ready.
Yo,
This is over.
You're not
my
leaving.
black
See,
cat
you're.
thing.
Who said they were leaving?
Maximum
No one's leaving.
You know, I feel like
We're staying.
Go to map. Map kind of cool. Hold up.
Who said we were staying for you?
nice weapon.
Despite you.
I look forward to blasting it to pieces.
Yep, they're all on point. They're all on point.
My spell work.
What's that all on point?
Yeah, y'all seen like the city over
The
there?
area's almost
Let's
yours.
change. Look at my tech. Look at my tech. Look at my tech.
Stop distracting people.
Oh, look at my
Hey,
tech.
look at that. Look at that.
Look at my tech. You see me? I'm shaking my shit.
It looks amazing.
Yeah, that does look pretty good.
I'm telling you.
Like the look.
Wait, I told you I would have come back.
I'm not
GG.
Man,
Mental diff.
I told you I would
Ranked?
come back.
Yep.
GG.
Just don't
Good
look at my
times.
finals.
Let's see. You got
I wonder how
one.
much finals I give that guy.
Probably like 3.
Yo, Code Lyoko's coming back. That's so sick.
Victory.
That's so fucking sick. This is ranked, right? Yeah. I died so many times. Holy. They going crazy in New York? Bet you they are. Okay, let me check the TikTok stream. See if it's actually doing it. Had someone say to me, "Why do you keep fighting on top of Sport Alta's blade?" Yesterday. I couldn't believe I was actually asked that question. To farm a whole charge? What? They were like, "Why are you not running from the enemy support ults?" Why would I run from enemy support ults?
play Torch. They would have banned my shit every single game.
That guy's name is Who's My Kitten. Okay. Why are you brawling as a brawl hero?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, we should follow Demios. Yo, what's up, team? You guys ready to get this win? Y'all ready to win this game?
Victory. I'll fight to
I laid.
end the darkness that spawned me.
I didn't get to test it because I got a match. God dang it. It's 7 foot, is it? Probably is. Can we ban Cyclops? What's up, Nando? That's so full. I appreciate it. He's not playing Torch.
Yo, guys, can we ban Spider-Man next? I'm gonna play humans.
Oh, I was about to say, like, is he really just not gonna play Torch?
Absolutely not. But we can ban Hella instead.
No, don't ban Hella. Don't ban Hella. I'm a ban Spider-Man here.
I play Spidey. So no, thank you.
You don't want to enable me?
Not that much.
I won't.
Jesus.
Why not?
That's disabling myself.
Oh, you're not gonna play Magic here? You're gonna play Spider-Man?
Sounds like Mike.
If Magic doesn't work out, I go Spidey.
It's not him, but it sounds like
I
him.
know. I know how that goes.
Okay, that's fine.
It's like a backup plan situation.
My blade
I
got
understand,
banned.
bro, so I'm
Okay,
like,
buddy.
The right hero
Like,
can
is this a
make
stream
all
sniper or what is this, bro? Who banned my blade?
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Bro, banned my fucking blade. Like, what is that? I play tank, I guess.
higher the pressure.
I'll tell you guys right now, this is probably gonna be one of those games where we don't want to get comp diff. You know what I mean? So, be ready. I don't know if we run the triple support, but well, I think the Luna Invis is good. Give me a
We'll be
snowflake.
coming in
So I
30
can play a little
seconds.
more aggressive.
Stay strong.
Number 3, can you play Luna?
Reed's probably got some special insight about Doom, right?
Which Doom?
Both?
Can we just focus on what we're doing here?
I'm
Okay, if Luna's not working, we can get somebody else on it. I'm playing against my friend right now. We got to lock in, guys.
The battle starts
My
in
bad.
5.
Okay. Hope you're doing good.
3,
Enjoying life. I appreciate it, dude.
1.
Thank you.
Some uninvited guests. Mental domination.
No skin champion Thors. It's like a classic. I don't know why there's so many of them.
I like the codes. They made it halfway. Stop them.
Okay.
They're sneaking from behind.
It's always these Thor. Why do they always do that? Every Thor player does that. Do they think that's like aura or something? They don't use the Lord icon and they don't use a Thor skin. That shit is not aura, bro. Put on that fucking Lord icon, bro.
I suppose that helps.
There's still a chance to stop them.
That guy's name is CC Mazoza. Yeah, it's like the
Johan,
default
how
skins
does
from
Cap
Fortnite.
Now,
Yo!
time to stop them.
Terrible.
Why is my
This
black
queen's
brother man
reign isn't
not talking?
over.
My
What?
Is that Mike, big bro?
What do you say?
Yo, Infernasu, man, are you trying to ego me right now? Holy, this shit is embarrassing
Better
as fuck.
stop that
Hmm?
vehicle.
I'm so
What?
embarrassed right now. Say what's up, bro? What's up, my black brother?
Who said I was black?
Man, don't piss me off.
I suppose that helps.
Yeah.
I'm dead as fuck. I'm dead as fuck.
Some uninvited. Your mind is mine.
You didn't send us to me yesterday? Yep. What about the Knicks winning? Yeah, alright.
You streaming, bro?
Yep.
You can't be rid of me so easily.
You good, man? Kind of noise.
Nah, I'm not. No, I'm just chilling. How's it got on? That's cool. Oh, that guy didn't die, bro.
Supernova!
This motherfucker just solo ulted.
I was fine, but thank you.
That worked for Kenda. You streamed? Yeah, I know. That guy got slammed. That guy dead.
This time.
Looks like they mean business.
Exquisite! Now's the part where you thank me.
I don't have 4 kills. What the hell? You guys are all like all over the place, swinging out the air and stuff. Don't have one support.
A nice
Yeah, they're on one healer. I'm trying to like focus them on this. I got him. Oh, this Thor won't leave me alone. You guys, they only have one healer.
Brother,
You guys
I can't get
like,
off.
push in the back line. They have 3
Heal,
tanks.
bro.
They have triple tank and 1 healer with a Spidey.
This queen's reign.
You don't have to play
isn't
Luna. I mean, I
over.
haven't even had to play Call. Like,
Yeah, I'm going DPS. Tank life is boring. Fuck this. I'm going DPS.
This should be easy.
Okay. I got double ulted when I walk out as DPS, bro.
This is real firepower!
Still a chance to stop them.
What the fuck is that? Son, can I play the game? Oh my god. It's an ult on another ult on another ult. I ate like 3 ults. Yo, I don't know. They said 33.
I'm bright like a star.
guys, come out. We gotta fight the point, guys. Only have 1 healer.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop
This guy
them.
was actually someone to kill.
Here they come now.
Better stop that vehicle.
I require help.
I'm dead as fuck, bro. I'm going Star-Lord. I need more mobility than us, bro. Holy fuck. Oh, we shouldn't be losing to this shit.
Better stop that vehicle.
No hiding from us now, buddy.
A little help, please.
Yo, we was gonna leave Spidey open. I need some help with him, bro. Please.
Oh, did you see that?
Yo, wait, hold on. Which one of my teammates said they played Spidey?
I'm currently having to deal with 3 tanks in our back line.
Yeah, I know, but if they don't have a healer, like, I think I'd rather that. Can you just like perma focus rocket all game?
I can't. They're trying to focus me on support all game. We don't have a front line or a back line that's living. So
Yo,
I can rocket all I
yo,
want, that's not doing it.
Johan, calm down. I don't know why you're raging.
You kill a rocket.
That's my goal, bro, but I have a Spider-Man.
Use that Mike's above you check, bro. I believe in you.
So unfortunately, I have a Spider-Man chasing me around. I don't know if you noticed, but like half their team is stream sniping. I did, bro. I don't really feel like that's as much of an issue with their
Yeah, they are stream sniping them. They
Cameraman.
banned my fucking blade.
I feel like we just walk into their back line. Our entire team can walk into their back line. I feel like we.
In their tracks.
What do you guys think?
That's how they saw my blade. They had a
Play
stream
together.
open.
Don't mess with the amazing
Thor and,
Spider-Man!
That's how I put stream open. And I just fucking
I'm gonna go try to
snipe
kill this
that
rocket.
shit.
Okay, I'm going on the rocket, guys.
Supernova!
Rocket dead. I'm down there, only healers.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay.
Please stop running from me. I'm trying to help you. I know you're running from Thor, but y'all
Spider-Man's one. Spider-Man's one.
Inch. Or else.
Oh my god. They have so much mobility on this team. I need to just go no more. Just swinging around and shit. Oh, you're live. I want to see this. Oh, I just played Cyclops last match.
You stopped them in their tracks.
It's banned this match. Can't play it.
This is real firepower!
Shields up.
No.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
There you go. C9.
The current score
Okay, that
is
works.
0.
They banned Blade?
2.
No, they're stream sniping. That's why. They're stream sniping
Time
7
to
foot.
switch
And since
things
they had a
up,
7-foot stream
including
open, they
which
saw that I was
side
hovering
you're on.
Blade and they just banned it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I can't play
Someone's gotta
Cyclops.
go
It's Cyclops is
Galaxy.
banned this game.
Might as well be me.
I'll play Slog right now, though.
My order is sharp. My mind is
Very
sharp.
annoying, but it is what it is. Is your wolf throwing? No, he's not throwing. Yes, I don't think he is. I don't know.
Round 2. Go.
Not playing Tank Ken again, though. That shit is boring. Yeah, shit is boring. Also, let me test it out. Let me open the stream up on my phone. Yeah, I know my audio is distorted.
30
I
seconds
haven't
before you
fixed it yet.
attack.
I need to
Get
get a new
ready.
audio mixer, maybe? I don't know. Give me a second.
I remember you from Kirisaki Mountain. You are an Oni.
Hulk has no idea what pretty lady is talking about.
We fought side by side in another lifetime, Harukumari.
I can't even pull up my own
I
TikTok
have
stream.
seen you smash
I'm trying
your
to see if it's
foes.
happening on TikTok or if it's just only Twitch and
The battle
YouTube.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep, it's really just only on OBS. That's it. I have no clue I'm supposed to fix that. I'm not gonna one-shot it.
Don't mind me.
Sayonara.
That was embarrassing.
Step aside.
Don't step on lava.
Step aside.
Don't like red dot on green skin.
Okay, I guess. Oh, this guy is so hard to kill. Wow, the bubble kills you. I forgot if you walk out of it, doesn't it like damage you for like 40 or something like that? That's so weird. Does yeah.
Step aside.
Don't step on lava.
What a difference.
I hope we don't go into the torch meta. Torch meta is not fun. It's miserable.
Someone scratch my back.
God, their entire team is just like in the air or swinging around at some degree. Actually, so annoying.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Out of sight. Step aside. Here they come now. What a difference.
They kill the rocket.
Sayonara.
about to say, like, can this guy die?
Behold the god of thunder!
This is real
Where did he put it?
firepower!
Okay, he just walled off his. It was a horrible rocket ult, but whatever.
Farewell.
I don't want to ult, man, but maybe I should have. I don't know.
I like the cold.
I can't even get a good ult here. They're all like in the air. This shit's cancer. Fuck it though.
Double KO. You're mine.
Sayonara.
On to the next.
What the? Can't even move!
Rank am I? Celestial or no, GM3? Something like that. One of them. I don't remember. I kind of like just mindlessly queue. I don't even look at my rank.
Get that vehicle moving again.
God, these guys are so annoying. At least the character picks.
A nice deep freeze.
Did he get off? What in the what? He got off Venom to go triple support?
That's better.
Okay.
Can I please have a snowflake? Go on.
Swap for Twitchy or like wait, what the hell are you typing? Why'd you type it like that? Oh, this is so annoying. Wow.
A nice deep freeze. Out of sight. You're mine. Get that vehicle moving.
Oh my god, I can't fight two healers. He just heals on the max. Fan custom game. Fan custom game. What are you talking about?
Watch your back!
I have no clue what you're talking about. What are you guys talking about? What fan custom game?
I'm going
I
back.
didn't say I was doing customs today.
That fucking hurt!
Behold the god of thunder!
Can I get some heals right here, Rocket? Please, little Timmy. Oh, my.
Supernova!
Down to 30 seconds. Double KO.
That's where they're healers. I didn't say I was doing customs today.
Farewell.
The final 10 seconds. It's the grand
Make a play here,
finale.
guys. Almost have torch. Look at the Thor in the back line.
No winner yet. Going to
Almost have torch.
overtime. You're mine.
Can't die here. Can I get some heals right here?
Got a low triple healer, I guess. Yeah, we lost. Once they got on triple, it was over.
Final score 1-2-2.
Yep. Be like that. It be like that. I love the triple healer.
Can't expect to win them all.
That's 16 finals. Damn. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. What's up, Patch? Thanks 165. Appreciate it, man. Yikes. Yeah, matches like that, I don't know. We're definitely supposed to win that, but whatever. They didn't even finish delivering the payload. Pray for New York tonight. They'll be fine.
People are always afraid of
All right, let me
but they
check this
just
on my
don't know him.
phone. Definitely probably is
Lights
like
out.
this. That game bad? Nah, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Now,
Your panel
who am I
Cyclops
gonna
think is really
banish
good.
from this
I think he's
match?
top tier. Banning
Yo, why are we
Gambit.
banning our own teammates?
I'm banning his Bucky if that shit lands on
Yo, guys,
Cyclops.
don't ban our own teammates, please.
I'm banning his Bucky. I swear to God, I will ban his Bucky. Oh yeah, I'm banning his Bucky. I'm still banning his Bucky. I don't care. I'm banning his Bucky. I pray that shit lands on his Bucky too, bro. Late ass stream. Yeah, it is what it is. I was trying to fix the audio stuff. It's still happening, so obviously I didn't fix it. Like what, Dino? Oh yeah, we can lose the match. I don't care. If you want to ban my character, I'll ban your character. I don't care. Watch him throw. I can care less if he throws. Like, just get me into my next match. I'll vote him. Go straight to my next match. Like what?
Who's ready to go?
Like what? For what reason are you banning your own teammates?
Yo, guys, team, can we can we not run it down?
This game is over.
Please. Can we not run it down, guys? Perfect.
Go hopped on Widow. I mean, that wasn't the dude. That was the dude whose Cyclops
already
got banned.
ran it down from Celestial. What's another game?
Sheesh, tell him.
Round one.
Come on, then.
So you're about to throw this game?
Hard enough.
Tell him.
What can I do? What can I do to make you not
Try to
throw?
sell some buff.
Stay strong.
What can I do? What can I do? Let
To
me know.
make you not throw?
Tell your TikTok chat to gift the galaxy.
What even is a galaxy?
So I have to get a galaxy for you to not throw my game? You're not even getting paid for it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
It's my galaxy. I'm not giving you the
some
bread.
rose.
I don't care.
You have to stop them from securing the mission
Dude.
area.
The collector's contract
Are you really-
expired, so I'm free to hunt as I please.
Serious?
Watch your step!
Someone scratch my back.
This, mate! Cheers, mate! Dodge this, mate! Diablo's hungry! Thanks for the
Oh, I thought they shot my trap. They did. They didn't. Not close though.
love that thing! Comes in!
And I gotta make another peek.
Love that thing! Dodge this, mate! Comes in! Shot to the soul!
Enjoy the amplifier.
Love that thing!
I'm missing a lot. Holy. Oh, this is rusty.
Dodge this, mate! Cheers, mate!
You are nothing!
Got one with it. It's not bad.
Thanks for the love, love.
I am ready to put on a show!
Can somebody shoot Luna? Can somebody shoot Luna? Okay.
Galaxies from Fortnite. From Fortnite is crazy.
Whoever took me out, cheers, mate.
Fortnite is crazy, bro.
My thanks.
Watch your step.
What's up, hamster? Oh, snap, that hurt.
Yo, 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 yo. Yo, will you stop throwing? I just got a galaxy. Yo, I just got a galaxy. Yo, you gotta get off Widow. On God, you gotta get off Widow. Yo, Shino, thank you for the galaxy. Yo, you gotta swap. You gotta swap. Bring your own request. Bring your own request. You have to get off. You have to get off Black Widow. Please.
Only 60 seconds left.
Please, bro. Please, I beg you.
My thanks.
What's up, Jan? How you doing? Are they portaling or what?
Armor patch here. Patch, we should light 'em up here.
Why is this guy still back here?
You are nothing!
What's a galaxy? It's like a TikTok dono.
The final 10 seconds! We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks!
Like a dono on TikTok, yeah. That says what, $25 or something like that? Wait, the what? Which one's the $100 one then?
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh, it's $18.
Double kill! That's 3!
Whoever took me out, you just made my list.
They made it halfway! Stop them!
Got you good.
Oh wow, they destroyed that so fast. How?
Got you good. Oh, much better. Don't this way. Got you good.
There's still a chance to stop them! Disappear!
Damn, she was 1 HP.
Shields up!
About to shoot at us. You're welcome.
Only 60 seconds left!
Got you good. Don't this way.
Stop them in their tracks! Help!
Thanks for the love.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Cuphead is calling. No it isn't. I don't hear no Cuphead. This match is cursed, I fear. This match is cursed, I fear.
Can you rock it over soon, please?
I am ready to put on a show!
Can we not play Rocket into Phoenix, please? Like, why are we even playing Rocket into Phoenix anyway?
They hit a checkpoint!
This doesn't make any sense.
Good time to stop them!
Got you good.
I've been waiting for you to arrive.
jeez.
Love that kick.
Not gonna lie, guys, this Magneto shit is boring. I'm starting to fall asleep. 9 to 5 Magneto shit. Like once this season, 9 to 5 Magneto shit. He's got a power suit.
Only 60 seconds left. It's now or never. Stop them.
Trying to get the. Wow.
30 seconds.
I was trying to get the. Oh my fucking god, bro. Magic that was ulting, but I didn't know where she was ulting from.
Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul.
The final 10 seconds.
Shot to the soul.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Got you good. Shot to the soul.
It's the grand finale.
I don't know why she hesitated to ult.
current
She
score
just
is
clicked.
0.
You saw that Invis just waving her hands up? Just click that shit. Why was she taking so
Time
long?
to switch things up.
She was holding her hands up,
including
looking
which
stupid.
side you're on.
She was hesitating. I don't know why.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who's ready?
Can't be
to
hesitating
go
like that.
hunt?
I didn't lie, bro. Like I swear to God, somebody gifted me a galaxy. Like on my mother's soul. May God strike her down right now. Please don't run my game down, bro. Please, dude. I swear. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I swear. Thank you, bro. On my mom.
Round 2. Go!
I'm absolutely going to need more tea, darling.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Tell me the truth. Oh, wow.
30 seconds before you attack.
For
Get ready.
16?
You want me to go Black Panther here?
You know what?
I have no clue.
Instead of tank? Are you gonna go tank? Oh hell yeah, bro. Try Black Panther. Is Daredevil open? Never mind. Thank you, bro. I was falling asleep, bro. Oh shit.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Should I go Daredevil?
1.
I do need to try the Daredevil nerfs.
All you need
Oh,
to
wait,
do
it's
is capture the
TikTok
mission
boy.
area. Got it?
Nigga, what the fuck?
Anything else.
Why did I just catch this? Fuck, I did this fucking. Trying to get him on me?
Our
Oh, yeah.
enemies are here.
Diablo's hungry. Shot to the soul. Got you good.
Oh, this drama shit? Yeah, I'm not.
Breathing gunshot. Diablo's hungry.
Are you serious? Like, genuinely, what are the chances of that happening? What do you even do?
What am I getting hit by?
What do you even do?
I got headshot by Phoenix. Oh man.
Behind us.
Back from the grave, better than ever. Cheers, mate.
It's a wiki.
Enemy in front of us.
Don't this, mate. Diablo's hungry. Oh, much better. Got you good. Visible? Trap set.
I'm gonna go back one.
You are against the world.
Wow. Click ult just fucks me.
Love that kick. Shot to the
Guys, I might be able to C9. I'm dead, bro.
You make quite the hunting.
Yo, I don't know what character to play. We're not gonna dive them. I was by myself there, but what are we playing here, guys? You're like, what happened to my whole team? Where's my call?
Saved by the Bloodstone gem once again.
We can use these support ults. Like, we gotta use this Luna ult or something. Use Luna ult to take site, and then we use Invis.
You ready? Push.
A little help, please.
Maybe we walk with Luna and force their photos, and then the Invis ult on point. Take the one tick that we have left.
Luna, please walk up here and ult, please, for the love of God. Alright, we use Invis ult after this.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Only 60 seconds left.
Never mess with a Bloodstone.
I don't know why she's just sitting back there, like, just walk up. But what the fuck are you doing?
Is mercy.
Oh, God, bro.
Got you good. Breathing gotcha.
Guys, I'm gonna ult this. Can you walk up? You guys ready? Walk up, walk up, walk up. Ready? Alright. Guys, is my mic on?
Nope.
Is this thing on? Like, I feel like I'm just like talking to air right now, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Got this, mate.
I like the cold.
What just there?
I unleash the Vishanti! Enemies are new. Now they are sight!
Love that kid. Shot to the soul.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
We have no
Strength in my
hungry.
field. The grand finale.
Us against the world. Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul.
Behold the god of thunder!
Good.
I'm probably gonna die here.
Shot to the
I'd
soul.
rather die sooner than later. Wait, actually, I think I'm safe.
I got you good.
Alright, they found me. I'm coming.
I don't want to die and lose my passive stacks.
Shot to the soul.
We have company.
Only 60 seconds left.
We gotta jump this invis as a team, guys. Are you ready? I don't know if my mic is
Dodge this
gonna go
way.
on their invis, guys. We gotta focus there. Run out, run out.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Disappear.
You gotta be kidding me. I got pushed.
A little help, please.
Cheers, mate.
Let's get it over with. I'll cover you.
Get that vehicle
You guys ready?
moving again.
Back one, please.
Love that kid.
Final 10 seconds.
Turn on their invis.
Here comes the horse. Contact.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
Right up, right up.
Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul.
They're still alive right now?
Download hungry.
No double DPS open.
Got you good.
Thank you.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. keep up the momentum.
Scan initiating. Vigilante activity.
I gotta say, the Elsa buff feels pretty good. Even though it's not affecting me right now, but I can keep my passive for so long. Can I do that? I'm not dying a lot though, but oh my god, this Thor.
Anyone willing to help?
How much food did I get in that ult?
Hal, you're frozen.
Back from the grave, better than ever. Got you good.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
This plunker's yours.
Back on her.
Cheers, mate.
Us against the world.
Time then.
Highlight for 30 seconds.
Much better.
Behold the god of thunder! Look out!
Time then. Breathing
Still
cover.
10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Going to overtime.
That sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Are you winning? Hell no.
2, 2, 3.
Hell no. Hell no.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh wow, what a day. My audio's bugged on my stream, and also I can't win a fucking game. GG. GG. Hold on, give me a second. Unfortunate, unfortunate indeed. I had 33k damage. Damn. Yikes. Was I playing with 7 foot? Yeah, that was 7 foot. Did I finish the battle pass? Nope. I did. This gun's pretty cool. Going blind. Oh, you going blind? What the hell? I think I finished it now. 7. Arvolo. Or wait, no. Arlovo. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. I didn't get this yet. Seven. This. Okay, I think now I'm done with the battle pass. We're done. Nothing else for me to get. Raylene's playing. Holy shit, she's Celestial 1. Oh, she's been cooking, damn. She's been cooking, low key. I can cook. Of course I can cook. What do you mean? Oh man, I need to try this Daredevil nerf. Maybe play Daredevil next match.
And think if they could see.
Damn, you can't use it from that far. That's so weird.
I can feel them.
It feels so weird that you can't use that from that far.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Watch me source Alex other voice line. I think that's the one you heard when she's on your team ulting.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
If she's on your team ulting, I think that's what you hear. Anything else, I don't know. Stuff was bad. I'll just shove it down the drain. I was chat trolling. What the? There we go. Yeah, I told him it was him. Oh, I wanted to put a thingy for the I guess it doesn't matter. Never mind. I keep forgetting to buy the black skin for Cyclops. The black recolor. The recolor is sick. I just keep forgetting to buy it though. But that tournament yesterday was hilarious, bro.
Right heroes could make all
I didn't
the
think it was that bad until I actually like looked at some of the other matches. Yeah, I thought the teams were pretty balanced, but never mind. Because on paper, if like the other one of all players played like that, it would be balanced. But you see, I didn't know it. Panu was Eternity, an Eternity Peak. I thought Panu was just Celestial, but they said he's an Eternity Peak. I was like, oh. I saw the Jinxie clip. That shit is insane.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
And like obviously like Aramori, she's the other one above all player, and then what? There's Flatch and J3, but Aramori, she's on support. Like you can't. You know how hard it is to carry on support. Like I would argue a one above all DPS can carry more than a one above all
I'll
support.
switch after this run. We're already halfway out of
The battle
spawn.
starts in 5.
If I die, I'll switch the thing.
3.
It's really hard. That's why I like seeing people like Sci-Fi is so crazy, because I don't know how he does it. He just does it. That's why everyone just lays the Sci-Fi, because doing that shit is not easy.
A nice deep freeze.
Thanks for the boost. Maximum impact. 3, 4. Right on target.
I like the cold.
Maximum impact.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Force boost. Thanks for the boost.
This deserves.
You're getting spawn camped by Psylocke, whoever's dead.
But yeah, that's why everyone glazes Sci-Fi so much. Just doing what Sci-Fi is doing is not easy. I don't know how the fuck he's carrying that people that hard on support.
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Heal me up, please.
I'm
my god, this fucking Angela's gonna drive me insane.
Down, will ya?
Boom. I wonder how this alt sounds with the distorted audio. It probably sounds really awful, huh? It probably doesn't sound that bad, I guess, but it doesn't sound nowhere near as cool as actually. It like the thing about my audio being bugged is that it's not distorted for me. It's only distorted for you guys. It's so weird. I don't know if I have like some OBS setting on or something, but like that shit's fried. It's not distorted for anyone else except you guys. It's so weird. God, this Angela's so annoying. I don't even notice the audio. Oh, I notice it. I notice it very easily.
I killed the Psylocke.
I looked at my VOD yesterday and the day before. Oh, I notice it. It's very noticeable. It's only on the game audio. It's not on the music.
Put on a show. Only 60 seconds left.
Perfect angle. That should make a difference. Propulsion beam. Perfect angle. X3. Perfect angle.
The final 10 seconds.
Extra help.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my goodness, bro. Angela players are so annoying. They only want to do one thing, just push you off the map. That's literally it. You lived? I mean, yeah, but I still died. Like, that's all they play for. They're just trying to push you off the map.
We X-Men beat death a long time. Propulsion beam.
The current
Just
score
push him off
is
the map. I want him off the map. I
0
want him off the map. That's literally it.
0.
How do you like his shifts?
Okay,
I like
I'm
his
gonna be
shifts.
honest. I can only play tank.
Including
I can only play Penny, bro, for tank. So
And it
You'll
worked.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
DG go next. Nah, this should be a win here. Should. Keyword should.
Round 2, go! Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Are you all planning another Hellfire Gala yet by any chance?
That's really more Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
I was wondering if you still needed entertainment, and if maybe you'd put in a good word for me?
Show me what you can do on the battlefield first. Then
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Fair?
3, 2, 1.
I ain't in control.
Stand back and let's fight.
Got my thanks for the boost. Perfect
A nice deep freeze.
angle. Need some help.
No webs needed.
Busting through. That's right on target.
Are they on triple?
Please.
They are.
Right on target.
Never thought I'd miss
Thanks for the boost.
Oh man, I need to heal. I was pinging for the heals like crazy. Star Quest on? No, it's not. Tomorrow channel again. What's up,
We
dude?
always come back. Propulsion beam. Need some help.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I still need more power.
Maximum impact. We have a plan. That should make a difference.
Fuck is this wall, bro?
Propulsion beam. Heal me up, please. No more holding back. Right on target.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Got my.
You're so weird. He would have died there. He literally dies there. That's so annoying, bro. He literally dies there, but he just presses Q. He pressed Q so fucking fast, bro.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
Oh my god, almost killed him.
Thanks for the boost.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yep, eat shit.
Time to
I suck.
Right on target.
I am ready to put on a show.
Knew I saw trouble. Maximum. Need some help. Perfect angle. Punch it up. That should make
W.
Final score: 1-2.
W.
Another epic victory.
Another epic victory. I didn't have much finals. I feel like I did. Well, I would have if they didn't eye for my fucking wallets, I suppose. I guess. All right, let's go. Run it back. Run it back. Again and again and again. That shit was funny. What was funny? Looking for Catboy again.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end
I played this match.
that spawned
So Tiger Lily.
6-7.
What the fuck?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Is that T-Blade?
Avocadovadoo, avocadovadoo, hello avocadovadoo.
Hi.
What the Sigma? Yo, why you
That's
banning
Josh,
Daredevil?
was this?
That guy sucks this season. What are you doing?
Something else, bro. Ban something else. Use your big boy voice and tell you something. Come on, bro. Ban something. Do something.
How you doing, avocado do?
Ban something, bro. Ban something. Hurry up, bro.
I'm gonna
Ban something. You got 8 seconds, bro. You got 8 seconds. Ban something, bro. Ban something.
I'm doing
I'm gonna ban
good.
your accounting.
W, my bad. I'm sorry for flaming the last game we had together.
It's okay. We win this next one.
We win this one for
Oh
sure.
boy.
That was just a rough
Insane.
game. I don't know. Our DPSs were really dookie butter on this stick.
True. I also came off with like an 8-game loss streak, so I was a little tilted. I won't lie.
It's okay.
No, I don't think it was 8. I think it was like 6. It was a lot. It was enough to tilt me, you know.
Well, when we were in the game, you said 8.
It might have been 8. I don't know. I don't remember. It was a lot.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Top-notch team to win this
It was an
one.
alt account, but I don't really think it matters because both my accounts are like damn near the same rank.
What a trash game. Get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this guy.
Get a
Hey,
load of
mute
this
this.
guy.
Yo, kick rocks, nerd, kick rocks.
Oh my god,
I'm
the
not
voice.
gonna let you win.
What is that, Mike?
No, don't eat me, please. I'm begging, I'm begging.
Take off the voice changer, please, bro. That shit hurts my head.
I can't, dude. I wish I could, I can't, I'm sorry.
Yo, call
What do
me
you mean
bro.
you
Call
can't?
me
What do you
mean you
mean?
can't?
Bro, just load your mic, bro.
I can do that.
Nah.
How's that?
30 seconds before you attack.
It's actually not that
Get
bad. Don't lose him.
Like, bro, I wish I could turn my voice changer off, I can't.
Every slice of cold steel.
He doesn't like to talk on streams, so he uses
Wait,
the
who?
voice changer.
What the fuck? What?
He'd rather use the voice changer than to speak on normally, which I'm not too sure what that.
Give a penny.
Yo, Blade, you know that Blade is triple.
Yo, buddy, if you don't want me to talk, then tell me.
Looks like there
I
are
mean,
worse
it's
things
fine. You
out
can
to make than
talk, but it's
vampires.
just I don't know.
Let me know if the audio distortion's
Maybe
still
put
there. I
the
just
Venom
tested
on.
Hurts my ear a
Like,
little bit.
Like put a Venom on or something, or the feminine
Venom?
voice.
Yeah,
Oh.
Is it still on? Let me know if the audio is still distorted.
Oh, never mind. It got worse.
No lamp.
Yo, get someone help me with the mines. The mines.
Yeah, cool. Yo, Port, hello, are you good, bro?
Yeah, how's it? Oh.
Or even is the mines Oh, it's at a fucking glitch spot.
You can't lose the
I
game like
can't do
this.
anything here.
Alright, glitch spot, but
I won't
You
do
have to
you.
break mine.
bro, I don't know why. Like, you can't just,
Invis. I don't want to play shit with Kevin.
I don't play that character.
it's not a spot you can shoot it. Like,
Jeff or nothing.
we gotta just kill the penny. If the mines aren't out of spot, you can kill it.
Oh.
Bro, it ain't nowhere.
You're purple strange, I can't heal you. Oh, you're purple for like half a century.
Okay, Jeff. You go tank. I'll go support.
The moon gives me strength.
Thank you, Croc.
Needed that, thanks.
I can go Doctor Strange.
Never mind. I can push it.
You see the deplorable slop. Oh, damn.
Wait, you only told me. I'll bet you more. Wait, where am I? Oh, the Yo, Spravo, can you break?
Where are they?
The audio sounds good now?
Mind up, mind.
Is it?
Some of the mine.
I think I fixed it.
Watch over me.
He's fine.
I got you guys. Ooh, I don't got.
Just shoot your nuts.
wonder if I
You
did
nuts
fix it.
behind the.
Avocado dude.
What about you guys over there on YouTube chat? Is it fixed for YouTube chat?
I'm glad you know I'm trying to.
Is it fixed for YouTube chat? Oh my fucking god.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking honestly, bro.
Like, am I the problem? I don't know.
Yeah, I think I should just go punish her.
Walk up.
Got you.
Brick lamp. Walk up.
Please
There's a blade
stop!
behind us.
I'm on who's my
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Help. How do you feel?
What am I listening to?
I need help.
Good one.
I had to reposition. Get the Luna, get the Luna.
We're down. We won.
Yeah, you fixed it? W. I actually did.
Oh, push hard, push hard.
Can I one-shot this guy? He's not there anymore. There's a setting called Enhance Audio. Wait, Enable an Audio. Wait, what the fuck is this called? Signal enhancements, enable audio enhancements, or some thingy setting like that. I guess that just randomly turned on, I guess.
I'll just freeze.
Final 10 seconds.
I'm blocking heals, kill him.
Oh, it's Cujo. Oh, that's why he's on Penny.
Okay, I can't see you.
I want to use my menu skin.
Okay, you can win against a D2 hero. Nice.
They've left them. These
What
kids
happens to
now.
my mic in OBS? Yeah, it was something like I knew because before I started stream today, because I was already ready to start stream at like 5 p.m. But
I'm good to go.
The audio thing wasn't fixed, and I ordered another audio mixer of the same one I'm using.
Drink one.
So I was gonna get the new one and put it in and see if it was the problem. See if it was my old audio mixer. I put it in, I'm still having the problem. So I'm like, okay, so yeah, it wasn't my audio mixer. It can't be my main computer, the gaming computer, because when I use OBS on my gaming computer, it doesn't have the issue. I'm dead as fuck. Okay, I'm not dead as fuck. And you guys said it only happens for... Oh my goodness. You know I'm CCing you? Why is it you I'm CCing you?
You were back.
I'll explain this later. It can't be the gaming PC. It can't be the audio mixer. And for some odd reason, it only happens on TikTok. I mean, it doesn't happen on TikTok chat. I figured out why it didn't happen on TikTok. I was using a different audio device.
You're invincible. Yep, walk forward.
I was using a different audio
No, say that again,
route. That's why it wasn't happening on TikTok.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, say that one more time,
I reinstalled OBS today.
I can't see you. No longer visible. I can't
and it wasn't OBS. And then I also...
Get played.
I also tried using Streamlabs OBS instead of regular OBS. The audio issue still happened.
I thought I was invincible.
Yo, well, say that one more time.
So I figured there was like some setting I had on. I just had to dig. If I finally found it, then that's good.
Oh, is Blade S2 now or what?
Good now. They both just like heals. Let's go down.
Oh my goodness.
The hunt is over. This is not over.
Yeah, it's good on YouTube. Okay. Why was that on? That's so random. I didn't update my Windows or nothing because it didn't make any sense how it turned on in the first place.
We have port.
Jury, executioner.
I tried to hold it as long as I could.
Current score is
Because I did a stream that day. It was perfectly fine. And I start stream the next day. It's just randomly
time to switch things
fucked.
up, including which side you're on.
That's so weird.
Oh, report our stream,
The right
bro.
heroes
Report
can
our
make all the
stream.
difference.
I'm not a hero. I'm the
This
Punisher.
guy's doing good. Luna's doing good. Huh? I have one death. Bro.
Yeah, you're letting Loki die. You have 7 assists, bro. What are you doing?
I'm carrying, bro.
Yeah, carry these nuts, bro. Carry
It's
these
so
nuts.
weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they think you're a man, by the way.
We're pulling out the Jinxie Punisher. Oh, Jinxie Punisher was crazy.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
I still can't believe he did that shit. That shit had me in literal tears, bro. I could not believe it when I saw that shit, bro. He ulted his Punisher and he didn't even shoot.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Literally, the auto rockets was just shooting for him.
Wait, Daddy Smurf, didn't you have like a main
You
account
look
named
like
that?
you belong in high school.
Push.
Yeah, go. Nice, Jinxie, go.
Good shit,
Awesome,
Jinxie.
awesome,
Hey,
awesome.
Smurf,
They over there saying good shit,
Most
Jinxie.
Jinxie.
I've ever seen an ultimate like that before in my life. This must have been a world first.
3, 2,
Good shit,
No,
Jinxie
Ava,
is
that's him,
crazy, bro.
What?
Good shit, Jinxie is sick word, dog.
Zach is the guy with the curly hair. Right?
Like really sexy guy, the one? Or no? Like the really handsome guy.
Yeah.
He's one!
I tried to grab him.
I missed him too, to be honest.
Back off,
We
Phil.
might need an invisible woman.
Good shit, Jinxie.
We have one.
Shit had me in literal
I mean, I can
tears,
play
yo.
Viz.
Fire Punch skin? I love that skin. Good shit, Jinxie. Who invited him? Senna did. He has a huge following, doesn't matter.
Bro, I'm just
sorry,
getting so many
Gwen, I love
Beyblades on me. I'm gonna throw up.
That man, that character's S tier, bro. That character's S tier.
Blade S tier is crazy. Blade is not S tier. That's Scorpion.
Enemy in front of us. That's what I call teamwork.
Oh my god.
Yo, can someone let me play Wolverine?
checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Can someone do what?
Let me play Wolf.
Do it.
This is nothing like the Tokyo I remember.
Yeah, just do it.
But it's amazing.
They're doing 1, 3, 2.
Yo, I like when you
John,
guys
can I
play
get a
Wolverine.
heal, bro? Holy.
Didn't take the corner yet. Just blew up. What I'm trying for.
Still got blasting through.
Is it Placidics? Oh, Placidisax. Is that the Elden Ring Dragon? Don't name himself after the Elden Ring Dragon. Oh man.
Ain't no way you got through there.
Oh my god.
Look in the left, look in the left.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I missed. No. Can we port?
That should make a difference.
Fuck no, we can't pour it.
Keep him trying. Keep him trying to go. You have Portal? Nice, come on. Your name is Portal. Come on, I'm jumping.
Jump.
Oh my god, I'm sorry about
That is insane.
we lost 40 Elo together, I'm sorry.
Why weren't you on Cyclops sooner? I don't know. I'm not sure what my team is doing. Whatever.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Whatever. Black Cat is better though. I never thought I'd see today that Blade is better than Black Cat right now. That is, it feels surreal. At 6 finals, 18k damage. Oh my god. Cat has the worst win rate in the game right now. She probably does. They literally gutted her. She got neutered. Like, she got gutted. I'm checking. Hold on. I should have hopped on Cyclops sooner though. You are right. I was only playing Punisher because there was a penny. But I don't know, I kept wanting to use the skin because I just bought the skin. I wanted to use it. Let me see, where's Black Cat? Oh, her win rate chunked. She's at 45. That's not that bad. It's not that bad. GM3. Oh, damn. Hella pros dropped there. No one's playing her. Win rate 46%. Last season it was 52, and then 51. Yeah, she was above 50. Damn, she dropped to below 50. Wow. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, I was playing Blade at 30%. Blade at a 30% rate. I was still playing that thing. I'm too scared to try the Black Cat nerf. I don't know if I'll try it or not. Who's counter Cyclops? I would say walls or dive. Well, you can't the walls, but like his ult destroys walls. So like, don't wuss out, bro. They did us dirty. They dropped this sick Black Cat skin and they just nerfed her like that. That shit's fucked up. Wolves. Play Black Cat. You play Black Cat. I mean, don't play it. Trust me. Like, hey, I got that. I'm good off that. I'm good off that. Bro, they more than just nerfs. She got 7 nerfs in one patch. You know how many nerfs that is? That's the most nerfs a character has ever gotten in a single patch.
Victory is in my sight.
7 nerfs in one patch is not, that's not normal. You forgot to buy the black Cyclops skin? Oh my god, I did.
Now,
any tips on Venom?
match?
Tips on Venom. You should try to time the ult with the what is this stupid move called? The tendril explosion. She has a lot of abilities. I mean, yeah, but like even then, everything got nerfed. She got one less dash. Her skills cost way more. Some mechanics got removed, like the little orb can't see people through walls anymore. Her damage got nerfed. Her range got nerfed. Like damage on her ult and the range of the eye frame move got nerfed. No, range of the ult got nerfed. Damage of the eye frame move got nerfed. Actually, no, it was both for the ult. What am I saying? It was range and damage. Like she just got slapped across the board. It was actually ridiculous. Unfortunate. I'm kind of happy I didn't invest that much in there. Def literally told me they're gonna nerf the hell out of that character. I don't recommend learning Black Cat, and I didn't listen. I was like, nah, it's fine. I'll still play her. I think I said I'll still play her after the nerf.
Or villain.
But then,
I'm not judging.
After seeing Necros drop 55 kills in that tournament, yeah. Though we were enabling him, but he went 55-0. Yeah, it's just not worth the risk.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Ooh, Sneaky Blade.
To end the darkness that spawned me.
50 and DD. Nah, that was the tournament. The Boger Bash where he did 55-0. Then again, I was pocketing him on White Fox, but like, and we gave him Luna Snowflake, so he was not gonna die. Like, we're running a full dive comp, and like he has good supports now.
Get ready.
He had like 40 something finals, but hey, that tournament was nowhere near as bad as yesterday. Yesterday's tournament was way worse. that shit was, oh man.
Getting hard to tell day from night anymore.
Yesterday's tournament, oh man, that shit was. Cause tell me why is Kingsman close to 40 finals in a match? Like, brother, what?
I'll go more night.
What? Like, there's just no way, bro. I feel bad for Boger and Necros because they were told that they're too good for the tournament, but then they invited someone that was rank 1 peak. So like, I don't really get it. Like, I love Kingsman, that's the homie, but damn, bro. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. I'm happy for Panu though. He gets to move out of his apartment with that money. Good for Panu. I'm dead as hell. That comes Blower too good, but Kingsman made it in. Yeah, I mean that's because like she was getting spammed in the comments of like every post. Kingsman better be in that tournament. Kingsman better be in that tournament. So I feel like she probably got pressured to put him in. And I don't think she would have thought he was rank 1 peak. So like I don't really blame her. But oh well. I mean, Kingsman could be in it. It's that the teams weren't balanced at all. I thought they weren't that bad until like I actually ended stream and I looked at Twitter and I saw clips, and also I didn't know Panu was an Eternity Peak. Eternity Peak wasn't everyone doing that? Doing what? There's that kid on that team was doing. I didn't know Panu was an Eternity Peak. I played with Panu. Remember like last or 2 weeks ago we duoed? I didn't know he was Eternity Peak. Did that just proc my iframe and still pull me? Did you guys see that? It procced my CC immunity and I still got pulled. Should have definitely died there. What is happening? Yo, zombie, thanks for the follow. I walk. Can you guys walk with me? I can't even get a good chance to use it. I'm trying to get grabbed. That's what I'm trying not to like commit, but I kind of have to commit.
Everyone at the low. Up top.
Nice. What the what? Oh my god, this guy's so annoying. Nice. Everyone's trying to comment get their streamers in 20. Yeah. Which is understandable, but whoever balanced those teams definitely messed up. But oh well, it happens. It happens. Could be worse. Yo, chat, remember the Twitch rivals? The 2x scale Twitch rivals? Oh my god. Holy crap, I exploded. Chat, remember the Twitch rivals for 2x scale we did? Like what, a month or two ago? I don't think anything was as unbalanced as that tournament, bro. Cause why are pros fighting new players? Oh my god. Bro, I was invited, bro, and they said it's a casual tournament. I get in there, I see Sonic Fox. What? Wait, what? Why is there a 7-time Evo champion here? Oh, shit had me in tears, bro. I thought it was a casual tournament. I see Sonic Fox, Super Noon, K7, Diaphone. I'm like, bro, what though? What is this tournament? Oh my god, that tournament was hilarious. We're on triple healer. I didn't know that. If you got any tips for started playing 2x scale, I have not been playing 2x. I mean, I did a starter guide, but it's like probably outdated as hell now. I don't even think I can hit challenge if I play consistently right now. I mean, if I played right now, I'm way too rusty on that game.
It's down. Fucker one.
Can die, yeah. Stack that answer on that girl. I can't hit a dash on anyone who's moving too much. Wait. Why are you guys here, by the way? Aren't you guys supposed to be streaming? Lie, Huntress. Who else is here that's supposed to be streaming? All y'all are slacking? We got a quota to hit? We got bills to pay? Lock in? Audi and Diego viewers coming and put them in. I'm sick. I haven't moved out of bed since 10. How'd you get sick? Cold steel. I tried to move early and threw up. What the?
They use rocket ult at the end. They only have mag, I think.
Is it that time of the month? Oh nah.
My name Jeff.
Hope you feel
30
better.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Say, Brooks, baby.
Star Guide was helpful when I started. That was a long time ago. I don't think that Star Guide works anymore.
No.
Well, it does. Just that. I guess there's new fuses. Nah, I think it's. I think the Star Guide should be fun. Just there's new fuses.
Warm up to you.
The battle starts.
Dude, I'm so happy Code Lyoko's coming back.
3, 2.
Out of nowhere, they're getting another season. I'm about to binge Code Lyoko and rewatch the whole thing. Show's dope.
Not everyone does it.
Are we getting bodied? What do you mean we're getting bodied? We're going around. Since when? They just announced today Code Lyoko's coming back for another season. All the voice actors are returning too. It's like, what? Dude, Code Lyoko was peak. I'm dead. Oh my god. Code Lyoko? Yeah, it just got announced today. I shouldn't have done that. He was getting healed too much. Can't heal in a row. Live action. Okay, I've never seen a live action Code Lyoko. That's actually insane. Yeah, it's out of nowhere.
I was born ready.
Dude, I want to play Cyclops, but I can't. I need to try out the Daredevil on Earth.
Capture the mission area.
Where the hell are these gonna look? Whoa. I got frozen off the sky. Wow. I must admit, I was wrong about Luna Snow. That character is so disgusting. That is a strong ass character. Is that a no-reg? So I definitely shot that guy. What?
I am ready to put on a show.
Judge, jury, executioner.
21. Do we win that?
Yeah, do that.
Armed and dangerous. I'm beautiful, baby.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Double KO.
Nice. What's up? What character? Looking for what? Oh, I was saying I want to try out, I need to try out the nurse for Daredevil. Oh, what's the flying what?
3 times.
Oh my, how annoying. Damn, what is doing that much damage? Damn. Oh, none.
Play down, go down, go down.
Takes a lot more than that to put me down. I was born ready.
Extra lubricant. Yo, this guy's a freak. That really just run to the wall? Deadpool, heal me, please. Had to tell him get off his book. I had to calm that shit. Bro was on his book watching me die, bro.
Do they have Luna?
Yes.
No, right?
Those are too outdated.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my lordy, how annoying. I have ult if you want combo ult strange.
Yep. Going in. Going in, you ready?
Yeah.
Follow me.
They just doubled. They're bolted. Oh, ult after this?
I'll take it though.
Oh my god. Oh man, I'm getting fucking tossed around, bro. This one is pretty good. See, that's what I would say if we were to kill someone, but we weren't able to kill anyone.
Yeah, it should be.
I can't pull all these on strange.
Shields up.
This guy tried to one-shot me out the spawn.
Oh, how do we lose that?
He headshot me. Oh man. Okay. Okay.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
You fixed the game audio? I don't know how, but there was a setting I had enabled that was enhanced audio configuration or something like that. I turned it off and I think it fixed it. I don't know how it even got enabled in the first place. Because I did a stream the other day, it just...
I just wish
I don't
had
know.
a chance to take him out
That's why I started
myself.
stream so late. I literally spent the entire day trying to fix it. Where was the setting? It's in Windows. On like the actual sound device.
Tired of standing around and talking.
Not on OBS. It made no sense because it wasn't happening
I prefer Elsa other than Simon.
this computer. And then I literally bought another audio mixer. Like the package came today. So I have to literally take this thing back and send it back because this shit costs like $400. So I have to go to return it tomorrow. So I thought it was my audio mix. I was like, did my audio mixer just break? No, it was not my audio mixer. Because I took out the box, put that shit in, and did the same thing. So I'm like, okay, well, this is not good. If it's my computer, that's really bad. Son. This guy won't leave me alone. And there's the issue of what do you mean it only happens on OBS and not TikTok. And it's not happening on my gaming computer either. Even though the settings are the exact same in OBS. So I'm like, okay, it has to be like a Windows issue. I was really all day just troubleshooting shit. That's why I started streaming so late. Like I was already ready to start stream from like 5 p.m.
Oh my, he blocked
now it's
that?
like, what, 1 a.m. and I'm finally now starting stream.
I don't think
Yo,
Silence did, brother.
Follow.
Elsa,
Yeah, Iron Man skin is sick. I love Iron Man. I want an Iron Man medal, but do I really want that? I really don't. Wow, you gotta be kidding me. I'm at 45%. It's close to over already.
That's all good.
Walk him down, Blade. Walk him down. I'm at 86%. I'm about to ult again.
I might try and pulse my ult, even out for him if I have to.
Next time already.
Who?
Wow, I look at chat for 2 seconds and insta die.
No. I'm probably gonna hard fight him.
Blade team up. Tough? Blade team up his ass. What do you mean?
No.
Blade team up his what? What do you mean? Whoa.
As good as new.
Knows how to fix Windows issue with Nitro. Acer 5 gaming laptop. Okay, well, you didn't say what the Windows issue was. How are we supposed to help you?
The hunt is on. Taste cold steel.
Touch.
Judge, jury,
Going to overtime.
Guy's so low. He's so low, bro. He has Luna Snowflake just holding us. Oh man, he's just literally holding us and shotgunning me. Who can let me put my PC together? Bro, building a PC is not that hard, lock in. If I could do it when I was 14, you can too, bro, lock in. Actually, I was probably 13 when I did it, lock in.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Building PC is not that hard, bro. Just look it up. The PSU code. That's like the hardest part, just knowing what goes into what. Other than that, bro, you got this shit locked in. PCs existed when you were 14? Okay, buddy. Somebody has jokes here. Okay. You got jokes. Yeah, I'm gonna demote, bro. Can I get some wins, please? Holy shit. How about, like, I'm MVPing, but like I'm just losing. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Thought you spawned in as an unk. Never knew you were 14. Oh, okay. Bro says spawned in as an unk. Spawned in is insane.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Can I get some Cyclops gameplay, please? Please, for the one time. Damn it, I didn't buy the skin again. Yo, chat, why don't you guys remind me?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
That the codes mention. What are you talking about? I'm the for the code mentions. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh man. Bro, please don't ban my Cyclops, please, for the one time, bro. I need this shit, bro. I'm homeless without it. I need this shit, bro, please. I need this shit, bro, please. I've been playing Psylocke a lot, huh? Maybe play Psylocke next match. Oh, nice. I can play Cyclops. Let's go.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
W. Yeah, I'm loading this guy, chat. I like this character too much. I'm just gonna be sad when he gets nerfed because I feel like 100% he's gonna get nerfed. He's doing more damage than Hela and Phoenix at the same ranges. Like he's 5-shotting or 4-shotting at 30 meters. The rest of them are doing 6 or 5. But then again, like he has no CC. He just does raw damage though, so I don't know. These have to be target bans. Wait, what am I looking at? Well, I like the strange band though. Hold on, gentleman's agreement. No portal and OT.
Round one.
I kind of like that though. I wish they would nerf Strange's portal. I don't like it. I don't like the little last second portal OT. That stuff is so Looney Tunes. I hate it. Dog definitely needs a nerf. Why is it percent damage? I mean, they can take the percent damage away, but if they take the percent damage away, they're gonna buff the base damage. They won't one-shot tanks, or not. It doesn't one-shot. It won't do a lot of damage to tanks, but to us, squishies is gonna be even worse. But actually, it already one-shots the squishies. What am I saying?
And I will keep my powers in check.
I don't really care if they take the percent from that. But his ult is hit or miss. It's very easy to dodge. I don't think his ult is that bad in my opinion. His ult's like Blade, just a little bit better. You can dodge it super easily. Oh my. Oh my god, we're playing Penny?
Need some help.
What did you get? Son, whoa, what are these mines, bro? Oh, the way teams tried it. Did someone try to ban Wand over Gambit? Bro, we don't have a support, bro? Holy shit, bro.
You never stood a chance. Force boost.
my god, what a corny character, bro.
Got my eye on.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Blasting through. Maximum impact.
Nope.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Right on target. Thanks for the boost.
Sealed. I nearly delivered. Moon Knight dropped one of his toys.
Propulsion beam. Extreme force.
Bro, that rocket is one. No, my E's on cooldown. Fuck it, I'm not gonna chase that.
Keep going.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh man. I got too aggressive. We have no support, bro. Or one support.
The professor didn't train quitters. Blasting through.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I can see your arms through the wall. Like, all right, bro.
Check out this spot.
Jesus Christ, I deleted that guy. Like, do you see the damage, bro? Like, you telling me this dude's damage isn't gonna get nerfed? Like, if you do the combo, you just delete people, bro. Oh man, it's like I feel like I'm playing Daredevil but ranged with how fast I'm killing people. He just teleports. Here we go.
Usually do revenge, but I made an exception.
Fuck. He headshot me? I think he did. Let me see. Oh my god, yes he did. Damn, bro. Like, you look his direction, you're just already dead. You can't react. It's too late. Shit's evil.
Maximum impact. Thanks for the boost.
Can we get 2 healers now, or? You mean to tell me none of you guys have a Lord healer?
You get on healer, bro.
Why would I get on healer when I'm doing the best on DPS?
The professor
What does that even mean?
Quitters.
Yeah, get on the healer, Mr. Shooter.
This guy, bro. Bro, please, the amp anyone. Oh my god, the amp anyone. Nobody wants to shoot that thing. Height, weight, what the what? Age is crazy.
You would be winning if you were a good healer.
Oh my god, none of these guys want to go healer. Jesus Christ, bro. I gotta queue up for healer player.
Knew I saw trouble.
Jesus cooked.
From the Baxter building to Avengers Tower should be easy enough.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, I mean, I guess. Why would I switch when we have a DPS carrying? Wait, is that what he says? Is that dead ass what he said to me? Are you serious? Oh, God. Wait, like, are y'all serious? Is that literally what he said to me?
Force boost.
Cause I near him.
The final 10 seconds.
Behold, that child!
Why is my blade OTP? I'm not a blade OTP.
You're not very good.
Current score is 1-2-0.
I'm not gonna lie, you're not very good, invisible woman.
Time to switch things up, including which side
How
you're
much
on.
people know Blade isn't my most played character?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The Blade is resting. I know, King. I watched you since 2021. Wait, what? This game was even out in 2021. What the hell are you? What? Huh? I know you like snow bunnies like Psylocke. Psylocke isn't white. So what are you still saying? Psylocke isn't a white lady. She isn't? Oh my god.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Bro. Son.
We'll need to act fast to win this battle.
Son.
Angela, I need you to...
Sombrero. Sonionry. Cousin.
But I've been leading tactical strike teams since I was 15.
The battle starts.
Nah, there used to be a comment where Psylocke was like half, which wasn't half. There was a British Psylocke and a Japanese Psylocke, and they like fused or some dumb shit. They realized the writing for that is ass, so they stopped doing it. So now she's just Japanese. That's it. That writing is not fire.
Yo, heal me.
We have 2 healers now, thank God. Oh my God, bro. This dude, I fucking love this character, bro. I don't care what y'all say, man. This character is too hype. Like how fast I'm deleting people, bro. That shit is too hype. I like Asian Psylocke.
Yo, Invis,
I like that we're all LARPing right now. What the? And for what state do I live in? Guess. Guess. I don't think I've ever said it on stream, but guess. Going so many options on East Coast.
Yo.
You've got to be shitting me. Bad, my E dies.
Thanks for the boost.
Whoa. That could have been really bad. Stop it. Get on, gun me. Oh, you can't do that with that? Son. Wait, why are we playing so far back? See, I'm preparing the fattest nerf right now. Yo, chill. No. Actually, no. I hope he doesn't get nerfed for a while, because the amount of people that talk shit to me when I posted that short saying that Cyclops is OP, they were like, bro, you're fighting bots. Bro, you're fighting bots. Bro, you're fighting bots. As if that's gonna change the damage when he releases or something is insane. Because he's doing more damage than Phoenix and Hela at lower ranges or longer ranges, my bad. And like, you see how fast you can one-shot someone if you do the combo? Like, brother. If you have aim, this dude will shred. Now look at it, I almost killed that girl. Do you see that? There was gripping my head saying, bro, you're fighting bots. Bro, y'all just don't want to see a hit scan character be good. A dive player commenting on hit scan, blah, 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 blah. Like, I play both, first off. First off, I play both of them. So you can't do that to me. Can we wait for next episode of ReZero? I gotta watch that.
It must be 49%.
Oh my god, I almost killed her. Oh, she still died. That Cyclops hates me. Rightfully so, though. I found some deleting this damn team. What's up, Psylocke main? No character in this game will ever make me drop Psylocke. I don't care who you add. No character will ever make me drop Psylocke. Same thing with Blade. Oh fuck. Take this back to the left real quick.
You guys are all bad.
1, 2, 2.
Yeah, alrighty.
BGM. To the end of
I just
time.
played every character in MVP over you, buddy.
You're on Widow.
Well, you can't
Bro just switched to Widow, snagged the MVP. Alright, buddy. Bro went Widow, snatched the MVP, and it's the world, bro. Like, that character gets MVP so easily. Like, alrighty. 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 He swapped for the vibes. Nah, that's crazy. He swapped. They didn't call us trash. Is that like, bro, what?
I'm not exaggerating. This might be.
Oh my god, this clip is all over my fucking timeline. That Jinxie clip. I forgot to queue. I want to use this skin, but I want to play this character on my damn main. It just sucks.
Double KO. That's 3.
Enemies on approach.
You are nothing.
A fitting end.
Double KO.
We're going up and down. I smell smoke. My PC on fire? Definitely is bacon though, I'll tell you that. TikTok live studio thing takes up too much damn resources.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Jesus.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
More volume settings. Oh my god, bro. I can't believe I spent the entire day fixing a fucking issue just to uncheck box something and it fixed it. That's so annoying, bro. Because this issue should have never appeared in the first place. I was gonna play 2x KO this stream, play some rivals. It was gonna be a nice, fun stream. But no. But I can still play 2x, but like, I started stupid late now. It's like annoying. Frustrating is all. Frustrating.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Probably do it for a mic as well, huh? And check mark the thingy. Or whatever. That's so stupid.
Round 1, go!
It's so stupid, bro.
Day and night. No
That's
monsters
so
get the best of me.
stupid, man.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So many characters in that show. I don't even remember who my favorite character is. Way too many characters.
I just wish I'd had a chance to take him out myself.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of other lunatics you can use those swords of yours on.
There better be. Because I'm getting tired of standing around and talking.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Man, I want to watch the new season of
2,
Shoku Tensei. That shit better be fire too.
Stop them from securing the mission area.
That shit better be fire. We need that, and we need another season of 2B Hero. That's not comes out till what, next year?
As good as new.
Is this the same Thor? Why is there a Thor every match? Actually, a Thor every match. It's ridiculous. Oh, it's a laser comp. Okay, it's a light show. It's a literal light show. What is this match, bro? I wish my gun was good. Actually, like, help my team.
Is that it? Really? None shall take this place from us.
Jesus. Echidna. Oh, I forgot about her. Oh my god. I completely forgot about Echidna. Her fluids that she used to make her tea.
Back in the game.
Her secret body fluids that she used to make her tea. What? I'm completely dead ass. Our unknown bodily fluids. That's all we know that's in the tea.
I'll patch you up. Taste cold steel. Follow the enemy.
1,000 gods! Somebody's always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yo, can you get down so I can keep my passive?
Double kill.
There's a Thor behind on you, Rocket.
The hunt is on.
What a curious place. Slow down. My good deed. Get in here, y'all. Insignificant. It seems we have company. You're ready to step on lava. Our enemy has been spotted. They shall not Bast has not descended yet. I'm bright like a star.
I was born ready.
my god, there's a fucking Thor behind me, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
My man missing everything. God damn. He missed everything. Oh nah.
I'm cutting in. Those guys are. I'll patch you up. Back in the game. The hunt is on.
Behold the god of thunder!
Slice and dice. Taste cold steel.
You need to stop that.
Oh, you're annoying. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And there's a Thor coming for me. Fucking Thor players, bro. You guys are persistent, bro.
As good as new. Don't mind me. Boom, one shot. It seems we have company.
Bro, my gun sucks for this, man.
One shot.
Better stop that vehicle. They made it halfway. Stop them.
I have 7 kills. Oh.
Back in the game.
I am ready to
Oh, match your ultis. I never res beacon.
Maximum pulse!
Taste cold steel. I had you covered this time.
Nice. Not bad, not bad. Seems to have the same issue with Blade where you can just sidestep his ult. Correct. That's why I compared the two a lot. They're both the same ult, damn near. Just that Cyclops is for some reason way better. Blade's anti-heals, but Cyclops doesn't anti-heal. It'll just kill you. It'll just fucking kill you. It won't anti-heal you. You're just fucking dead if you stand in it.
Only 60 seconds left.
But his ult is literally just mine, but better. It's like actually ridiculous. Like some characters' ults, they just...
This is real fire.
Okay. Some characters' ults are just way worse than others. It's actually ridiculous.
Any day now, Rocket, don't let me die. What are we doing? Why are you letting me die?
Down to 30 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Double KO.
Oh, whoops. That's the wall.
Not crush you with your own armor.
You can actually block the explosion with some heroes.
Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's too late to portal. They better get a spider, man. Nah, that guy don't got to roll out.
Beholds the god of
The
You don't got to roll out like that.
0, 2, 1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Does life and death balance the edge of your blade?
Round 2.
I don't know. I don't know.
Mm-mm. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
Okay. I should switch skins. Blade's ult should 100% be wider. It should be doing bleed damage as well. It should be bigger and doing bleed damage.
3,
They walk out of it because I mean they're gonna walk out of
All you have to
it.
do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think they're gonna play him in scrims. So like, there's still better, way better characters than this character. I already know they're playing Cyclops in scrims. He's getting banned already a lot. So you're gonna be seeing Cyclops in pro player a lot already.
Hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Not in this alone. Oh, hell yeah.
Even playing scrims. I'm gaming. Even playing scrims. Love you. We're gonna actually play him in pro play. Rondo next time, I suppose. Wonder how that guy did. They win? Oh man, one game with me. Oh my goodness, bro. Terracate me and all. They don't like me.
Final score, 2.
And it was so obsessed with me, they didn't even care about the point. I'll take it. I'll take it. Unreactable torch slam. Unreactable is crazy. Okay, let's go. If there's anyone online. Probably found a duo. Eli's on. She's trying to play ranked. Eli, you here? You trying to play ranked? She's streaming. Hope she is not streaming. Ranked. Her name is Larp Sahar. Larp Sahar.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
Yo, that is a ridiculous name, bro.
Hell yeah.
That name is insane. But thanks for the follow.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What a name. Like, what a name. What happened to the other 46? What did she say? I might or might not.
Now,
Okay.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
I don't even know what that means, but all right. Are you into femboys? Wait, what? I came out on top. Wait, so that's what happened to other 46? Uh-huh. interesting, I suppose. Why spoilers being tossed on chat? Oh, whoa, 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 no, whoa, 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 whoa! Stop the spoiling! 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 Fellas got too comfortable. These fellas got too comfortable. What the hell are y'all doing in here? These fellas got too comfortable. What the hell are y'all just randomly spoiling in the chat now? We lock in?
Round 1.
My whole life, all I've known.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The sword of Dracula. That's a pretty impressive weapon you've got there.
Like, they just randomly just started spoiling. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, actually, like, what?
Couldn't even if I wanted to. That sword is a part of me now.
That's how I've felt about every.
They spoiled. Don't worry about it.
The battle
Don't worry
starts
about
in
it.
5, 4, 3,
Don't literally just don't worry about it.
1.
Enemy in front of us. The Sanctum Sanctorum is my refuge.
Why do I keep dashing at a wall? What the fuck is wrong with me today? I turned my E off and I didn't get hit, damn it. It's like they just started autopiloting and just started spoiling, rapid firing them shits.
Taste cold steel.
Oh my god. Okay. Like, am I just not gonna get to play the game? I dashed and I dashed at a enemy behind me somehow. I don't even know how he was behind me, but he was behind me.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Silver bullet. Back in the
What does that even...
You ticked off the wrong Slayer.
Okay, alrighty.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Bro, I keep missing my dash today. Yo, what is wrong with me? I keep missing my dash. By like an inch. Like I dash at them, I swear I'm hitting it and it just goes through them. Or I just literally miss by like an inch. That's insane.
There's still a
Like what? Can I hit a dash, please?
I am ready to put on a show.
Yo, I can't hit a dash. I swear to God, I can't. Oh my goodness.
Better stop that vehicle.
This is a nice spot.
That's good.
Tandy needs help. I'll patch it.
Okay.
Here they come. Boom, one shot. Better start healing soon. Tremble before fast.
Okay.
I was born ready.
Not the funnest match for Blade, I'll tell you that.
My
I hate how it sends them that far.
You're not in this alone. Is that supposed to hurt?
Run him down.
Slice and dice.
He stopped them in their tracks.
The hunt is on. Cut me.
Why is the music on this DLC so good, but the DLC's ass? It's actually insane. She's so criminal. Fire ass soundtrack, the fucking gameplay is horrible. I can't hit a dash this damn match, bro. I swear to God. I can't hit a dash. Every dash I do just gets sidestepped. Holy shit. I can't hit a dash today. I'm dashing into a wall. Okay, no, I didn't miss the dash there. I rubber band. What was that? Let's go. We are recently? Yeah, but you played the answer DLC. Did you play the DLC though? Cause that shit was buns. Oh my God, I remember I was fucking miserable, bro. I was like, God damn it, I gotta play the answer today. Cause I had to finish the DLC. Cause I already started uploading videos, like I can't just like, I mean, I could technically, but holy shit, that DLC was ass.
I am ready to
Son, like, I'm just getting beamed on beamed. Where did my team go? Let's go, Cap. Let's go, Cap. Let's go, Cap. Let's clutch this shit up. Don't leave me, Cap. Don't leave me. Cap. Where the Cap at? No, bro. Fuck, he left me. No. Oh my God, she had Snowflake and she was getting healed and she almost lost. That's ridiculous. This is fucking stupid. What am I looking at? Oh my God, I was so close to being a clip, yeah. That would have been a disgusting clip.
0, 2, 1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Oh, I can actually play this playlist on YouTube. This isn't copyright. Here, I'll let YouTube hear the music. Unless y'all don't want to hear the music. Because some of you guys might be playing your own music.
Round 2, go!
I'm the ace. I'm the ace.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My piece finally decent. The damage buff helps with survivability. Yep. I posted a clip last night. Some guy said, where in this video did you showcase the buffs? I was like, okay, bro. Alright. Alright.
4, 3.
I don't think he understands the buff. I don't think bro understood the buff. Bro only looked at the block buff. He don't understand the sword one. Even though this one is the sword one's literally the major one. I'm trying to get my friend to play the games. He said the person that loves the music but doesn't play the games. Oh damn. And he'll come around eventually. Did you tell him the game left? Don't tell him the game left. You're not supposed to tell them the game left. If you're trying to get someone into persona. Damn, bro, this Bucky, man. Did you make a video of the Blade buff? Yes. Did y'all watch the Sin 150k tournament? Yeah, we watched it last stream. We literally watched it last stream. It was something. To say the least. All right, buddy. Yeah, I'm not fighting you. I ain't never see a Spider-Man be there at the right time. Like, what the what? Literal right timing. Oh my God, he was there at the right time, bro. Literal perfect timing. Where he go? Oh my God, this Bucky, bro. I didn't know where he went. What? Did he get pulled? Or where did he go? Did he tackle? I think he tackled, but he missed me. The block buff is pretty major too. Yeah, it's major. I blocked Emma with it earlier. I had to think about it.
Against the world.
I love Blade with brawl comps, bro. This shit is too fun. You're so weird. You're so weird. You're actually so weird. You actually died if you don't ult. He actually dies there if he doesn't ult me. What's gonna grab now? Yeah. He actually dies there if he doesn't do that. Seeing Jinxie not use Firefire during his punch roll. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying, why didn't they put Jinxie on DPS? And you just give them that clip as an example, and then they stop talking. They're like, why'd they put Jinxie on support? Are they stupid? Oh, what? Are you? I got stuck on that. Are you serious? I didn't slide off the wall. I actually got stuck on that. That's crazy. That's insane. I actually got stuck. Bucky didn't get buffed this season? Oh, me. Cyclops is a Phoenix tier threat? Yes. Yes, he is. He literally is. Like, if you see his damage numbers, I think people with good aim are not going to just terrorize Qs. I don't know what to tell you.
1,000 gods!
Oh my goodness, this girl. Worth it? I got 2 sports. God damn, rogue buffs. Rogue buffs go crazy. Ooh, I want to try rogue buffs. I want to try those out. And I need to try the Johnny buffs too. Okay, I can't hit a dash, bro. I just can't. Not for the life of me. Oh wow, I actually killed him. That guy if he's alone. Chat about legendary blade skin. What? Are we dead ass? And she still died. Let's get it. This Deadpool does not fucking like me, I'll tell you that. That's game. My face. That's game. That's game.
Final score 2-1.
Destruction.
Another epic victory.
Team finals, damn. Not bad, not bad, not bad. What did she say? Sure isn't we're doing this? Or I don't fucking know what she meant. She's confusing me. I give up. You gotta get every blade skin? I have every blade skin.
I get sick of people asking me for a like. I'm clocking some bad guys.
We got so much damage with the gamut tune up. I mean, yeah, she was always like that. Spread does even more damage now. Well, oh wait, no, it got nerfed, but at least I like that she's less of a team of merchant. Team of merchants aren't fun. I'd be pissed if my favorite character was a team of merchant. Because what do you mean my character sucks without team up? Looking nonchalant as always. Huh?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Huh?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
The rest is history. Damn, tell him. The rest is history. Oh yeah, where did my 19-inch blade account end last season? That one. What? No, I didn't update it before. I forgot to update it before season ended. I wanted to see what rank it landed on leaderboard. My poor 19-inch blade. My poor 19 inches, bro. D tier warrior. I got a little something. Oh fuck. I got a little something. Just a little something. So are they going crazy in New York or what are they doing?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
New York destroyed yet or what? It's still intact. I saw some crazy shit. Is it Gotham right now or what? Let me open up Twitter. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they getting active. Yeah, they're getting active. What the fuck am I looking at? Why the fuck is she on top of a... I don't even know what she's on top of. Oh, that girl's arrested. Yeah, alright.
30 seconds before
That
you
girl's getting
attack.
arrested.
Get ready.
A new world is a-borning. A shuffling of the galactic guard.
She was way too close. The score? What was the score? Couldn't have been that close.
The battle starts
What am I
in 5,
looking at?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to
What?
do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Son. Oh, nah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. That's Gotham. Gotham fucking City, bro.
Taste cold steel. Feeling strong, real strong.
Oh fuck.
Taste cold steel.
We got a poke slop comp of doom.
Oh, okay.
Where'd everybody go? That guy was 1 HP. I have a fucking mantis healing me. Of course I died. Like, alright. I just saw dude fighting 5 officers. Damn. Oh my goodness, bro. The entire team is just poke. Hella. Yo, can we just dive them? Their entire team is poke. Like, please? Can we just run full dive?
Are you the fast?
It's like, holy shit.
Look at my health.
I'm with you, I'm with you, I'm with you.
It's gone, it's gone, it's gone.
Oh, stay.
Thank you so much, man.
I'm getting ulted. Okay, I'm dead. I'm not dead, hold on. W teammate? Like, they're literally just running 3 dive poke characters. Like, this is freaks. Just S-keying, just shooting me. Like, what? Let me know where you guys are going. Come on, I'm in. Damn.
Whose door is that?
Damn. Damn, bruh. Oh, but Cyclops not OP. Cyclops not OP. You're fighting bots. You're fighting bots on test server. Alright, bro.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I got double stun.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control lost.
Oh my lordy. Bro, did you guys drop another poke character? Oh no. I thought you guys did tank pool as well. I'm like, god damn, bro. Do y'all like melee at all? God damn. Everybody on their team just fires projectiles. Like, holy shit. Nah, I actually have to switch to Psylocke. This is so ass, bro. I'm playing this character into my literal hard counter. Why do you leave so fast? Oh, I don't even blame him. The amount of fucking damage he's taking for insane. It's just poke. It's poke slot, bro. Holy shit. Get me on side like ASAP, bro. I'm going in that back line, bro. No, it's Daredevil Ben. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, this is going to be so fun. Nah, I'm playing Daredevil into this. This is so stupid, bro. What? This is so dumb, bro. Like, look at what these guys are doing, bro. Shoot a Roman candle. Roman candle Gatling gun? Oh, what the what? Okay, this is the video I was looking at.
Helps to have a teammate who sees things differently.
The cop car? On the cop car is crazy. What the fuck are they doing? What are those cops? That's a lot of cops, bro. Hey, yo. Hold on, it was... Them cops came out of fucking nowhere. Where did they come from? They all fucking came out of nowhere. Holy shit.
Do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Those cops came out of nowhere. What in the hell?
Well, most of you. They got me good. I can use a hand. You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Pretty fat.
I'm hitting harder.
Looks like the mission area.
I can't reach this girl. That nerf is crazy. I can't reach her. I only have 8 kills. I just missed all those kills right there. Are they gonna switch off this fucking comp or what? Are they just gonna keep running this? I can't reach that far. God damn it. Just see that far. What was that? I got bugged.
Let's go back side.
Oh fuck no. That girl died, but like, oh hell no.
Back to my old self.
Oh my god, I can't see nothing. This nerf is insane. I can't see shit. Bro. Couldn't see shit. Oh man, yeah, I feel like I'm actually blind. This nerf is crazy. We're getting so much faster. Yeah, you can feel it, yeah. I can't see nothing, goddamn. What's up, 2K? Ulted me. If she ults me, I'm gonna cry laughing. Oh no, you killed her. Oh, ad. Oh, that is crazy. Come on, bro. We gotta pay some bills. Get that poke slap shit out of here on me, bro. What the hell are they running? This poke cop, like, what is this? They drafted 3 poke characters and thought we're not gonna go dive. Like, what? You guys lost your minds. We want Mantis and support pool in 222. Like, you think we're just gonna let you guys poke us like this? Like, what? I don't know. It's the one thing to see us doing this, but they're sitting on the comp too. They're not even switching it up. It's like they're all waiting for one of them to switch. It's like, brother, what are you guys doing? What's up, Frandy? Like they're watching us play this comp and they're just gonna sit on it. Like I don't get it. Yo, is Black Panther better than Black Cat right now? I wonder. Probably is. Oh, they have the Enzo guy. They have our Cyclops. Probably should ban that shit. Cool. Ugh.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Cavs with the Knicks in bed. James Harden needs to stop eating before games. Eating before games? Wait, what? Wait, what? Eating before games? Wait, what are you talking about? I heard they did say James Harden got fatter. He didn't get fatter, did he? Is he still... I gotta look up a pic of James Harden. I don't know what he looks like right now. Wait, isn't James Harden arrested right now? Yeah, he carried a weapon or something. He had a gun or some shit. Just pre-game meals. James Harden chunky now? Is he? I'm at a Cyclops.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm gonna say, why is my game not clicking? What in the fuck am I? Why are they destroying a school bus with a scooter? She's gonna hurt herself. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, bro.
I'll make them regret it.
What? This is so fucking like what? This is performative as fuck. like I don't know. Like, what is the point of doing this? We're just hitting a school bus just for fun. I guess I don't fucking know. I don't understand New York. What happened we once? We're gonna destroy our own shit. I don't fucking get it. No wonder they make fun of us Americans. Holy shit. No wonder fucking everyone makes fun of us. Like, what the fuck is the mindset there? It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
There, magic happened.
Oh my god, I got frozen or something. What hit me? Okay. There's a dumpster land. Bro, no wonder we get made fun of. Like, look at the stupid shit I'm looking at. Like, what? Like, where's the logic? They just feel like hitting something. Like, I don't know.
I'm gonna look them.
Almost killed her.
I have their entire team, guys. Do we have any ult combos? I'm just throwing them behind us. Their entire team is behind us. We gotta break out, we gotta break out.
Oh wow, that's actually annoying as fuck. Oh my god, fuck off with the bubbles. Oh my god, this motherfucker don't die. Damn. No, bro. Are you serious? Yo, Cyclops don't die, man. Oh man. I got a load of music, I gotta lock in.
Enemy hurricane incoming! Now mad! Slice and dice!
Nice deep freeze.
One hell of a boost. Behold! Dark child!
Oh my god, he just fucking bubbles him. And I heal nothing.
Only 60
Can I get snowflake?
This is real! Guys!
Oh my fucking god, these bubbles, bro. I can't fucking get no value.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my god, bro. Like, I have to go through bubble and I have to go through res beacon. It's like, oh my god, there's layers of shit I gotta go through before I can kill these guys. It's actually so annoying. I'm dead. It's like layers and layers and layers before I can kill them. It's so frustrating. I tried to ban Cyclops too, but I wanna fucking ban it.
I am ready to
Oh my god. Friggin'. Son, we have to kill this fucking Cyclops, bro. Please, for the love of God. This guy has got to die.
Focus on your only support, please.
Oh, man.
help get that vehicle to its destination.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I need more damage to burn the gun.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here. Take cold steel!
Why'd I try that? You can't do nothing. Like, how are you supposed to die that guy? He just goes deep into the sky. Like, you try to beam him, he does more damage than you. What's up, Yenri? What are you doing?
Follow this.
I like the cold.
Yeah, break this. It's so horrible, guys.
By the eye of Agamotto! Next time.
Love a team that ignores.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Alright, let's dance, idiot. I have ult. None of you guys have ult. I'm going up there. I'll be seeing you soon. I'm stuck.
Shane, can you walk up?
I'm gonna ult them.
Only 60 seconds left.
I got one shot by magic. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, that sucks, dude. Fuck.
Speed is everything. Get that vehicle moving again. Down to 30 seconds.
This is gonna be a hard one.
We need more heavy hitting damage to DPS. Like, I feel like you can just get more damage. Really.
Oh, I'm doing damage.
Help me. Deal.
Sag. Hey, he just flies into the sky. Like, I can't kill this guy. How are you supposed to kill Cyclops' blade? He just flies into the sky and then air camps my shit. He just air camps my shit, and then if I try to shoot him, like he fucking lasers me. Oh my god, bro. I don't even know if I'm at the right distance to even get the sweet spot when he's in the sky like that. Or even then, I have to like play
Relax,
duck
buddy,
hunt.
I just swapped. But we also have no damage.
He's so frustrating. You frying you? I mean, he's a fucking broken ass character. Oh my lordy, bro. Whatever, man.
I love my job.
It's like, what am I even supposed to do about that guy? Like,
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I have to just play it or I lose, I guess. I tried to ban it, but we double banned Gambit. Let's just pick the Gambit instead, so.
The battle starts in 5.
Yeah, I might have to just play it.
3,
If I don't want to die here, I'm going to switch to him.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation somewhere. Lots of stuff to steal.
Here they come.
Yellow weapon, yellow weapon.
Slice and dice.
Yeah, my team just got ran down.
Like, bro, I keep
Blade
catching
on.
one fucking swap.
My blade on lane on.
Any healing is good healing.
Blast it through.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Scan initiated. Visualizing activity detected. Initiating surveillance.
That should make it.
Martial law. Authorizing.
Perfect angle.
Better stop that vehicle.
Maximum impact.
See them? Right there.
I'm dying.
I'm just dying.
I'm sorry.
Right on target. Force boost. Maximum impact.
Oh, man.
Double KO. That's 3.
God damn.
Vehicle.
Quite that easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Final score. 1, 2, 2.
There's not much you can really do there. Hey, he said our DPS won't swap, but me swapping wouldn't be a problem. Like, it doesn't matter what character I'm playing. I can't be the only one DPSing. And look at that, he has four finals. Like, I mean, damage isn't an issue. I'm doing good damage, just that I'm the only one DPSing. That's why nothing's dying. It was ranked. Ranked is ranked, bro. You see my screen, bro? Look at this. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. What's today? Today's Sunday. Ooh, Slam is Monday. Round robin. That's gonna be fun to watch. Let me buy the Cyclops skin. Top 5 melee DPS? Melee or dive? Melee or dive? If it's melee, I mean, number 1 is probably still Daredevil. 1 is still Daredevil. It's not a lot of melee DPSs. Black Cat got cooked, bro. That shit crazy, bro. This dude Daredevil. Be like, what? Daredevil, Spider-Man, what, like Magic, Wolf. Ow, I had my freaking my mic. Does DPS pool count? But I wouldn't say DPS pool is next. I think Black Panther's better than DPS pool. It's that Black Panther gets countered so damn easily. You'd have to ban Thing. After that would probably be like what? I guess probably still it would be Black Cat probably. She's nerfed, but I don't imagine she's better than not better than Blade. But I don't know, I haven't tried her. I'm too scared to try her, honestly. Because those nerfs I read, I don't even need to try it out. That shit is crazy.
As long as I get something out of it.
I can't even do the combo no more because I don't have a second shift. Oh wow. She's gonna get buff? I doubt it. Well, I don't know. It's just crazy. They did a fat nerf like that to her, but then like it took them how long to nerf Gambit, and Gambit is still top tier. Gambit is still the best support in the game. Like, shit's crazy.
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Like, no support gets that much nerfs in one patch though. But a DPS gets literally obliterated with nerfs. But I have not seen them do any nerf to a support like that ever before. Sentinel loops? Let me see this. Oh, these are cool. Skin is sick. I didn't know I had loops like that. It's pretty cool. Iron Fist. Oh, I forgot about Iron Fist. Whoops. My bad. I completely forgot about Iron Fist. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit, they put the P3 dancing songs back on Spotify. The P3 dancing songs are back on Spotify. Holy shit. Oh wait, this one isn't though. If Fade is in our hand doesn't work. Spotify can't be what? Can't play this. Okay, this song isn't back. They put them back though. Holy shit, thank goodness. There was like a hole in my playlist for so long. Every time I come in here, no Cyclops. Bro, I literally just played them. What do you mean? You just missed it. You keep missing it. You keep missing it.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the
Now I expect this all Scott. I'll play him next match for you. You literally just missed it. I mean, we didn't win anyway, so didn't miss anything.
See them? Right there. An open portal. The enemy will be coming.
Back in the game.
Are you fucking shitting me, bro? I'm about to say, please, can I get one person up here to just help me? One person? Just one. Just one. That's all I asked, bro. Just one. Like, we kill them, we send them back to base. Just one. Rank them up, Gym 1. Just one person is all I asked. What is a Twitch ambassador? You're a Twitch ambassador. What do you think a Twitch ambassador is?
Back in the game.
We flipping cars? Wait, we're flipping cars in New York? New York shit is so serious. What? Okay, I rubber banded like crazy. They're flipping cars in New York? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you, did you ever do that boss at that area?
This is real firepower.
Okay, none of our spots have ults yet. That's crazy.
Hope I make the cut.
How do none of our supports have ult yet? Okay, I mean, I guess.
Disappear! It's the grand finale.
Thinking of Discord 3 weeks ago? They muted? I'll mute you after this. How'd you get muted for 3 weeks? 3 weeks is crazy. 3 weeks is crazy, damn. Yeah, alright, bro, I'm dead. Like, okay. Oh my goodness, man, this character, bro. Oh my, I can't play the game, bro. They're just pushing me and shooting me, man. This fuck ass Cyclops, kill him! This fuck ass Cyclops, kill his ass. Jesus Christ, bro, he's just shooting me and shooting me. I only have 3 kills because of this guy. Nah, I gotta switch. I can't play this character here. Their team is just poke. Oh, it's not even just poke. It's just him just shooting me only. I'm gonna serve permit you for what's my 3rd week? Here, remind me after this match. I forgot that's a thing.
The sword hungers.
Sword hungers.
As good as new.
I have ult, but I can't even get a chance to use it. Oh my goodness, bro. My team is playing so far back. I can't play this character here, bro. There's no way. I'm just gonna switch now. They can take the percent.
I will not rest until I return to my break.
My team's right here. The payload was right there in the middle. Like, are we gonna play on the stairs or something, or? Wow, this girl is so hard to kill. Wow, and she gets away. That's crazy.
Only 60 seconds left.
This is real firepower!
Oh my god, he just killed 3 of my fucking... He killed 4 of my teammates. He just killed 4 of my teammates. You played RE8 yet? The sub goal is not finished, bro. What? The sub goal is not finished. Why would I play the game before the sub goal is finished? What? Are you like sleeping or something? Okay. That's crazy. Okay, we all got nobody. That's crazy. Cause it was literally just right there, but alright. Only have 7 kills. That's crazy.
Here they come now. Not taking much down. Farewell.
Down to 30 seconds. It's now or never.
God damn, every time I dive. Oh, whoa.
Final 10 seconds. Better stop that vehicle.
Nice.
Us against the world. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Now the void.
No, I've done that. It's all good though.
Out of sight.
That was a no reg. Okay.
Disappear.
You guys have triple support?
Out of sight.
Oh wow, that sucks. I thought they were walking out of the point because, I mean, well, they couldn't stay. This is a Punisher ulting there, but they didn't? Oh, no, I think they all just spread out. Is Hella still good? Yeah, Hella's good. She's solid. She's not broken.
You'll need a top-notch team to
She's
win
solid.
this
She's not broken though. All made them spread out. I mean, yeah, so help, yeah. I thought they were all just gonna walk back and then play around the corner for the Punisher to run out, so that's why I ulted. But to my surprise, there was nobody there. Not a single person there. Okay. What rank am I in right now? This is Gym 1. This is Gym 1. I need to get my Celestial back. This is what we're doing right now.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wilson, really? Just kill me now.
No can do. We're on the same side. So fire up that turret and blast some noobs.
There's no chance of letting you put your filthy hands on my arsenal.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Alright, let's go.
1.
No,
All
dude.
you need to do is capture
Yeah, it
the
doesn't matter.
Got it?
I literally just keep getting set and losing it. It's like literally every stream, so it doesn't matter. Nice. Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. Where are these guys going? Thanks for the 5 gifted. What was that for? What's the occasion? Brother! Oh my god, he threw his damn shield at me. You felt like gifting? Appreciate that. There you go.
Sexy and lethal. Oh, that's my favorite combo side.
Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
They did another gifted? What the? You gifting everybody there, huh? Wow, that move is very annoying. I'm not gonna be winning that. Fuck that. This is me missing 1 shot and I'm dead. I don't think you need to do that, but... What's crazy? Doctor Strange is really not about to be launch roster on Tokon. That's kind of crazy, you know? They're gonna launch that game with no Doctor Strange. It just feels surreal. I don't think he's gonna make it because the next characters are anti-heroes. That shit's about to launch with no Doctor Strange. It just feels insane to say. Kind of strange, you know? Yeah, I'll take it. They just did 2 support ults for me.
This is real firepower. By the eye of
We all don't want Strange. I wouldn't mind him in it. It just... It's kind of crazy to think of, you know? Feels like a core character, no? It feels like he should be a core character, but he's not. I have 19 kills. Damn, why am I kill so low? God, it's fucking Cyclops, bro. Oh man, it bounced off the wall.
Mind, body, and soul. Farewell. Embrace the dark. Their attacks don't hurt. A nice deep
Dude, this character, he's actually so strong, bro. Holy fuck. I'm gonna go kill him. Like, I need to go kill that guy. Actually, though, this guy is actually so damn powerful.
That's much better.
My reflect didn't come out.
Thanks for the boost. Hope I make the cut. Justice never rests.
Okay, I'm getting spawn killed.
Can't beat battlefield medicine. That's the boost I needed.
Is that a coincidence? I think it was coincidence.
There's still work to be done. On the hunt.
We need a second tank? Oh shit, we do. I low-key do not feel like playing tank. they actually just ulted me. That's crazy.
On the hunt. To pay for your sins.
There's 1 HP. Thing? Oh my god, bro. Can I play the game? Why am I getting counterpicked so hard? Damn. They put out Thing frame 1.
Us against the world.
They brought out Thing for me frame 1. That is insane. Officer Ben reported for duty at us. This Cyclops needs to die. I don't care. I'm playing Daredevil. But that guy has got to die, bro. He's getting too much value from just sitting there just shooting us. It's getting a little silly.
On the hunt.
Oh my god, I can't reach from there. That's insane. What a nerf.
That's much better.
The fuck was that? I just went through the wall. Oh, it was smoke. I couldn't see it. Oh my god. I thought I went through the wall.
This is real.
That was actually insane. Goodness.
Let the devil bow.
Final 10 seconds. Double KO.
Oh, you guys all died. I didn't know they all died. I didn't know my entire team died. Okay. How'd that mess up my B-hop? What? That's crazy. Was Cyclops A? I think he's S. I don't think he's A. He's S now. After playing against real players, I already thought he was A minimal, but now he's S. Fuck that guy. Okay, he just fucking ran away. There we go. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, I mean, I guess. Oh my god, I feel like I'm fighting, what, season 2 Iron Fist again? Because why is he just hard to hit?
This is real firepower.
You got them all.
Did you see that dude, bro? He was moving on the payload, just jumping up and down. Look, I was fighting a season 2 Iron Fist again. Oh hell no. Prime Iron Fist when we were just stalling. I think it was season 2.5, I think. Look at a Cyclops. Really good. He loses the dive though, that's why I went dive. against real players. Kirio's fucking strong as shit. He had 26 finals and 46k damage, bro. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. That guy out of here. Oh hell no. Get that guy out of here. That guy has got to go, bro. Who's on?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Why the fuck is Panu playing? Why is Panu playing fucking Widow?
It's like y'all don't want the win for real. Like do something, bro.
You're right, my bad. Everyone go DPS, my bad.
Who
got
will
it.
vanish from this match?
You got it, man.
Why is he Widow?
Streamer throws heal after winning money.
Oh, streamer throws.
Zert, shut the fuck
He's
up.
throwing ranked after winning money.
Get on Adam, bro. Go back healer. What the fuck are you doing?
Streamer
Go back
throws
healer.
ranked after winning money is crazy.
Oh shit, bro. Spidey.
Go support. Go support. You're a support player, bro. Go.
Oh no, I heard.
Yes, good. Very nice. Boo, get back on the Dino, bro.
That's hilarious.
I'm not playing.
Wait,
Dino,
funny enough, I have not been seeing anyone play Dino. I don't know if he's been getting banned, but have you guys been fighting Dino? I didn't see Dino at all this stream yet. Probably about to see it this match though, but I have not seen Dino once this match in this stream. Did I see it last stream? I don't think I did. I feel like I didn't, but I don't know. I remember. Shit, I gotta play support. I'm gonna lock DPS and see if somebody else plays it because I'm not playing support. I will fall asleep. If no one goes, then I'll go it. But
Team to win this one.
I'm gonna be that one guy that locks in DPS, even though we have all these supports. I mean, well, we have all these DPSs and shit. I'll be that one guy. If no one walks out of the spawn room support, I'll switch. What's up, hero? Too much of a damage sponge. Wait, who's so much of a damage sponge?
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Solar rocket healing. I meant to hover as Cyclops, but I was zoned out.
30 seconds
About to head to bed.
before your
Yeah, it's
Get
pretty
ready.
late.
Well, well.
Yeah,
It ain't
I'm gonna
the
take
second best monster hunter in the known universe.
Someone could go Loki.
yourself at the top of the list.
Loki, oh.
Oh, sorry, you could go Loki, just give yourself a rooms.
The stats don't lie, Elsa. Not when you've racked up a body count like
No.
The battle starts in 5.
Fuck, no one's switching.
3.
God damn it, bro. I don't feel like playing. Oh, somebody switched. Nice.
All you need to
Let's
do
go.
is capture the mission area.
We're portaling? We're portaling. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. We're portaling. We're portaling. Come back. Come back. We're portaling. We're portaling. Okay.
Put it around in mind. Put it around in mind.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Loki is about portal. Oh, push this way.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
I don't know how he died, Loki.
I didn't know it was a penny. Alrighty.
Yeah, Sarge is up top. That one. That's it.
She literally teleported like
Lucky one.
2 inches. Like 2 inches away from me. Like, what?
Lucky dead.
This guy died?
What's that? Win this. Win this work. Up your mind.
You're lucky I was here. Open season. Nothing here.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
Suspicious. A sniper. I'm on it.
Everyone,
Three times,
BBL Nugget. Thanks for the follow. What type of name is that? What on earth did I just read?
Rocky. Rocky one. Nice. Penny Parker. Penny Parker sitting on mine. On my spot. Broke mine. What fuck is that?
I will chase your ass. I'm not letting you leave.
Finish dead. Like Widow dead.
Sniper, and I took it.
Is that Galactus voice line for overtime new? Yes. I mean Blade, but he's okay now. Still hella weak. Other man is Iron Man. Oof. Yikes.
Nothing here. Suspicious.
You played Blade and Iron Man. Oof. Why is that quote still there? I forgot to delete that shit. Oh, some asshole put it back.
I dealt with our cybercrime.
I gotta disable that whole command. Hold on. After this match.
That was too easy. Take this loser out, would ya?
These assholes with their horrible quotes. There will be no more quotes. Be gone.
I have tagged a foe.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Over here. So fast. Yeah, that's like cool. I'm in the back right now.
Where the fuck are you going? Where is she going? She's not even going to her team. She's just walking around. Oh no.
I prefer to keep things surface.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You allowed that quote? I ain't allowed shit. I ain't allowed shit. Do you own the PJ skin? Yeah, but how's Blade this season? What would I rank him? Probably B tier. I'm seeing people overreact saying he's S right now. That's pretty funny. Definitely not S. Like what the fuck?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
It's fun. He is fun, but S tier is definitely not S.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
It's very fun, especially running brawl comps. And with like a Hulk thing or something. Just fun as hell. But then like if you do that, they're gonna go poke, and Blade sucks against pokes. So.
Get on, bud.
The moon haunts you.
But you didn't really like to have more than the other team there.
Wow, I dashed upwards. It's a rookie. Okay, buddy. This guy actually just straight up dunked on me. Really? What's up, dude? How was your stream?
I did.
As good as new.
Bucking Hills.
Yeah, I saw you hit what? Celestial 1. Did you hit Eternity? Or what? Look at the cues. Appreciate it. Did you hit Eternity? I think you were close, I think. I was lurking. Oh my god. It was cursed? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Appreciate the raid. Hope you have a good night. I started stream really late, so that's why I'm streaming so late. So I was fixing audio issues. Oh boy. Oh my god, that didn't kill him.
That was too easy.
Should be game.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Ooh.
I don't know if you feel no more attention to tomorrow.
Staying pocketed to a different degree. I am too.
Coming back.
I don't know how I'm still alive, but it goes. Nice. Okay, people keep banning my Adam, and I had another Adam banning my team, and they banned Adam. Wait, what? How does that even? What? They banned Adam. Okay, that's pretty gross. I'm sorry to hear that. That is ridiculous. Appreciate the follows, channel and Princess. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I was lurking. I had to fix my audio issues. I was having like a weird, I don't know if it's still here, but my chat said it's gone. I was having an issue where like my game would sound weird because it's like dual PC setup stuff. But it was fine for like TikTok, so it was like, I don't know. So like reinstalled drivers, updated drivers, reinstalled OBS, swapped out audio interfaces. I did literally everything. So that's why I started streaming at like 12. Now it's 4 a.m. for me. But yeah, if you guys gotta go to bed, if you're coming from a relay stream, feel free to, because I might be here for a while. I might do a pretty long stream, maybe. I don't know.
I knew I'd warm up to you.
The battle starts in 5,
Holy Blade.
4,
Yes, sir.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Resident Evil 8? Yeah, I haven't played 8. I played like all of them except like they're portaling. Except like 5, 6, and 8. The last one I played was 7. Before that I played 9. I'm not gonna go in there, that's bait. Why am I alive? Huh. Not sure I'm alive, but I'll take it. Yo, really? Thanks for the prime. You have prime. Appreciate it. Can't wait for you to see Lady D. Lady D? Isn't it Damascus, Demetrius? Whatever her name is, it's something. I forgot what it is. When I went to Capcom's office in LA, they had like a big giant like statue of her. That shit was sick as hell. They had like a gigantic statue of her, and that was interesting to see. Because that was her hips on that statue. Like, I don't know what to say. That was a statue of all time. I'll tell you that. They had a gigantic Chun-Li at the entrance, and then like in one of the rooms there was a lady, whatever her name is. I don't know her name is because I didn't play the game yet. That shit was crazy. They had a big Ace Attorney one as well. I think I took photos. I posted on Twitter, I think. Oh my god, please don't go to me, Iron Fist. Nice, Iron Fist doesn't see me. I can beat him low key though. The stream's the problem though. Oh my god, my right click was on cooldown. My right click was on cooldown. I couldn't parry it. It was on cooldown. I should just dashed away. But yeah, I appreciate the prime. That she would have tried to steal the statue. Bro, if you saw the Chun-Li one, dude, their office used to be on the first floor, but then they said people kept trying to like sneak in and break in. So they had to move their office to like one of the upper floors. Where did this? Okay, I'm getting my ankles broken. Where'd the rocket go? Oh my god, he just killed that guy.
Down to 30 seconds. Double KO.
Jeez. No, this guy stole my... Oh my god, he has 45 kills. That character is so broken. You want to join in stealing that statue? I already tried to steal it. I didn't get away with it. Oh yeah, they had gigantic Monster Hunter thingies. I was there. Are you serious? I was about to say. I don't even know what I'm ulting. I'm just ulting something. No, what? We win there? You guys win that, right? That guy's won. Is that our portal? They have portal again. Wait. We might have just sold. Wait, we might have just sold. They have portal again. What? I thought they weren't gonna have portals. Wait, we just sold. Oh my god, we just sold. Oh shit. Oh shit. That guy's 1 HP. Oh my god, we just sold, yeah. Got bench 4 or 5. Nope. What the fuck? I mean, what the fuck? 4 or 5 is crazy. I'm hitting literally nothing. Oh my god. I can't ever get a dash to... Bro, do you know how much 405 is? Are you just saying this? No. Do you know how much 405 is? Like, what? That guy might end the match with 60. Yeah, I don't know. You're confusing me. I don't get anything you're saying anymore. I don't know if you're drunk or something. You should probably go to bed. Are they gonna portal? Hope they do. I'm gonna ult the portal. I'm saving my ult because the match is on. Don't want to ult yet. Oh fuck no. Fucking hell, man! I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get what he's saying. He's been saying crazy stuff all stream. When they explore pool, don't care about Blaze and you.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh man. Oh my goodness, bro. This Venom's going crazy. Oh my god. No, that Venom went stupid. Oh my god. Did you see that Venom? He was eating. He was literally eating. That guy was eating.
3, 2, 1.
Holy shit. That was feasting. Poor guy dinner, yeah. That was feasting. It is very late. I appreciate everybody being here this late at night. Yo, stop spoiling shit, please, for the love of God. Stop spoiling people. Why do you guys keep spoiling stuff tonight? Stop spoiling stuff. What is wrong with you guys tonight? Stop spoiling stuff. You guys keep spoiling shows and shit tonight. Oh my god, what is wrong with you guys? You guys have got to stop. You guys have got to stop. Thankfully, every spoiler anyone has said that I already know of, but like, Jesus. Yeah, it's a crazy spoiler to say. Yeah, like what? Sheesh, bro. Like, we're just spoiling tonight. Like, bro, what is wrong with y'all?
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Hey, can we lock in, please?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Oh, let me play Cyclops. Joy, are you still here? Joy, are you still here? He's probably not, but Joy, are you still here? Oh, man. Probably gone by now. Everybody gets one. Alright, from here on out, if anyone spoils the stream, you're getting banned. Can I have Cyclops use my OTP? Yeah, we'll see about that. Bro says his OTP, bro. I'll show you OTP. I'll show you an OTP. Give me a second. Give me a quick second. I feel like I've been playing Persona music all stream. Probably because I have. Play Persona 4 music. That guy just selected Black Cat to be banned. Okay, I've seen it all.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, they ain't getting it before me. Bro say it's his OTP. He has a champion Daredevil. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. All righty, buddy. Alrighty. They have caps, so when he dives, don't tell me to peel. They have a cap, so when he dives, don't tell me to peel. 40% when we're on Cyclops, and we have the nerve to take him.
Brother, you're the mobile thing. Your job is to peel.
Wait, what? He's talking about that guy having a 40% win rate on Cyclops.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, I got a tracker of doom. Jesus Christ. How do I request a song? Song request is not on. My bad, multitask open. I didn't mean to
I
take
mean,
that
if
in
you
the
know
chat.
they're gonna die, you still have to.
It's funny how a lot of people stop playing Cyclops because you have to aim. Stop because you have to aim.
No TP.
Cyclops for 10 hours now. I don't know how to play
The
it.
battle starts in 5.
Hey, DD got mad at me for peeling for my team.
He's like my favorite superhero. Like, come on. Okay.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Please.
What did he say? I don't even know what he said. He said something.
Bro bought the skin to have a 40% win rate.
He's talking about me?
Thanks for the boost.
I think he's talking about me. Cause what? I'm pretty sure every loss I've had on this kid, I have MVP. This dude is just hiding. I think he's just that mad that I took Cyclops from him. Well, I mean, he definitely is, but.
Thanks for the boost. Maximum impact. Locked and beautiful, baby. Perfect angle. Need some help. Enemies on you. Down. I'm hurt pretty bad. Perfect angle. Hard and dangerous.
The fuck am I looking at?
That should make a difference.
80%. What do you say? 40% run rate? I'm 8-0 right now. Like, what is this guy talking about? Pretty sure every match I've played with this character losing, I've aced it. Even though, for some reason, I ace the ones I lose, but I don't ace the ones I win, which is weird.
I have to carry all three of the supporters.
For some odd reason.
Maximum impact. Our enemies are near. Force boost.
Watch me end this match and then Joy shows up out of nowhere, saying still no Cyclops. She's gonna join out of nowhere. She's gonna be like, still no Cyclops. Yesterday I dropped 45 and 3 of the Cyclops and 28 fun. Okay, that's really good.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Ready to put on a show.
Blasting through.
Did that wrong.
Oh, Venom's on me behind. I'll be behind.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh yeah. I know he's mad. I know he's fucking mad. I know he's mad. He couldn't hit me up there. I know he's mad. He couldn't hit me up there. I know he's mad.
Armed and dangerous. Right on target. Hold the line. Just hold the line. Maximum impact.
Now we're talking.
Double KO. Final 10 seconds.
Maximum impact.
Where are you going? That was a headshot, but all right.
The current score is 0-0.
Bro's talking all that trash, 40% win rate, Cyclops. He's that mad I took that shit from him. He's pissed.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bro is pissed. That was hilarious. Oh man, this character's so fun. So broken though.
Round 2, go!
Trackers are so dumb. I mean, I have my profile hidden and everything, so it has to be a tracker. That's so cringe.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So you just wave those jacked up hands of yours around and
He said, Coach Bam, is that you? Where was Coach Bam?
Very precise hand motions to cast correctly.
oh, I've got some signature hand motions. But showing you would ruin our rating.
I believe it would be best for
Trackers don't show if your profile is private.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
What is until Lord Cyclops?
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I could go crazy and get him like this week, honestly. What's today? Sunday? I could low-key go crazy and get him this week. I mean, all I'm playing is Cyclops and Psylocke and Blade this season. Other characters are just counter picks. Can I get a... Who's that over there? He's getting banned, yeah.
should make a difference.
Oh my god, I backed up, but too late. That burst. Burst is just too much.
Propulsion beam.
That part right here, Moon Knight would probably be better.
That sucks, dude. One.
Emma does not like me. That girl hates me. Oh my god, I'm too good with this character, bro.
Us against the world.
Oh my god, we have to destroy this fucking mess. It's like the floor is lava, bro.
We X-Men beat propulsion beam.
Oh, that's game nice. It should be game. Nice.
I'm opening a portal.
Always counterporting.
Only 60 seconds left.
Nice.
Final score.
Okay. Oh, I finally got an MVP with this dude. Well, not finally. I got one earlier, but.
Another epic victory.
GGL support pool. GG's. 10 finals, not bad. I'm gonna get myself back. W. There's like no one on. Holy. Oh, Moxie's online? Why is he playing 18v18? I think Moxie would be down to play. Fuck is he on 18v18? See if Moxie wants to play. Play this. Oh, it's 4 AM. Maybe I shouldn't play this song. I'm probably gonna get off soon. Cause I don't want to start late again tomorrow. I want to actually, like, I don't know, start on time. Like, actually start on time. The ATV18 runs on PS4. It'd have to be a fighter jet. Like, it would have to be a fighter jet, no? It would have to be a fighter jet. If it's not a fighter jet, what is it?
Which hero do you think you want to be today? My order. Who's ready?
I'll fight to end
the blade this match.
Spawn me.
Yo, if Joy comes in here and says, where's the Cyclops? I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my shit, bro. Because she probably is gonna do that. Yeah, I'm East Coast, EST. So it's 4:14 for me. I'll probably stream for like 1 or 2 more hours. Where's Psy? Bro, you... Bro, Joy, you are a fucking troll, bro. There's no way you just walk... Okay, bro, whatever. Alright, dude. Alright, dude. I literally, that was here. I was about to say, like, I literally just played it for you. And I'm like, where is she? Oh my fucking god. White Crown Phoenix looks good. Should I buy that skin? I don't know if I should. I don't think it's better than her ice skin. The ice one's just too good. Oh god, no. We banning Gambit. Imagine not playing BP. BP is crazy. And now that's... Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Is it a stream snipe?
Could make all the difference.
It's probably a stream snipe. I probably got one of my teammates from last game. They opened my stream or something. They probably opened my stream. Somebody in the last match. Oh, I fucking hate that. That was me. That happens a lot. You'll play a match with people, and at the end of the match they say everybody's names, and then streamer they recognize them. You queue up, they might get into your match, and then they just ban your pick because they can see what you're playing. Unfortunate. All right, let's unlock this. Now, if they walk out on Loki, this is a stream sniper doom. Because if they walk out on Loki, then this is ridiculous stream sniping. This is sick stream sniping, bro. That is in special grade stream sniping at that point.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes. When this battle is won, grant me the honor.
I was playing Loki and they banned your Loki. Wait, what? What the hell?
The battle starts in 5.
My Psylocke kind of rusty though.
1.
I gotta unrust. I've not been playing Psylocke.
From securing the mission area.
I've been feeling it lately. We're playing too much Cyclops and Blade. Rightfully so, though. Ooh, a dino. Yeah, I got shredded by Cyclops. That's what that damage was. God damn, he got cooked. I don't know where that boy went. One Night Thing. That's a funny name. His name is One Night Thing. I just saw a bike skin to come back. Is that just never gonna come back? I've been using this skin for a while. I like this skin a lot. Body blocker for you. God, that does so much damage. They might have to lower the damage on that E. Oh man. Might have to lower the damage on that E. That E does insane damage. Play Blade. It was banned, bro. How was I gonna play Blade there? It was banned. Time for Scott. Yeah, I want Cyclops again. We'll see. But even if they was sniping you, I don't know. Oh, I gotta wait for a match. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yeah, I'm getting target banned to oblivion. It's a target ban of doom, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm getting streamed
Same blade to
by
my last game or no?
Holy shit. Yeah, target band of doom.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
They call me D-Tongue now, but
This is
Daredevil.
a target band of doom. DD it is. Yeah, both my characters. Thankfully, I play a lot of characters, so it's not that bad. Okay, it's not bad, but they're probably gonna walk out on thing if they have my stream open.
Round one.
People are setting buses on fire in Times Square.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay
Wow.
strong.
Tracker? Nah, they just have my stream open. I mean, you can't hide your name, like, unless I literally just full on change my name. They just have my stream open.
How so?
They just get into my match, they have my stream open, they see what I hover, and then, yeah, just ban it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
They came out on flyers. They even come out on Iron Man. They're playing flyers. That's how I know it's a stream snipe. Why would you ban Blade and Psylocke and play flyers?
Back to my old self.
I like the cold.
Yeah, I'm dead as fuck. One night thing. Yeah, it's the same people from last night. Yeah, it's a stream snipe.
There's still work to be done.
My whole team is dead.
I see you. Back to my old self.
Well, I have to go to these flyers, so I can't play Daredevil. Because we have no hit scan. Oh, we do, but it's not enough. Oh my god, that reflect does not last long at all anymore. Jesus Christ. That shit. Oh, we banned Punisher too? Damn. Why do we ban all this hit scan for?
I'm still the same old Jean Grey, but I'm also so much more.
Maximum pulse!
That guy's dead. Did she not heal me? Like, what happened?
Is it like the dino or you just don't know how to play it?
What am I? Invisible? There's still a chance to stop
You can go first and two.
This is that they start talking about the blocks. No, it's the same people from last match. It's the same people from the like the match before the last. The one was in my chat. It's like the same people.
1.
That's all it took? Really?
That guy doesn't die.
over here. I can heal you.
Thank you.
You stopped them in their tracks. There you are.
Oh, Iron Man.
I've got eyes on our enemy.
Why am I frontlining? It's just so annoying. I don't want frontlining.
There's the Iron Man just rage flanking on the left.
They have stream mode? They do, but it unhides your name after like 5 minutes, and then at the end of the match. So then like you can just see that you're fighting a streamer, and then like, oh, the match is over, and then you open their stream, and then like this late at night the queues are dead, so you're gonna run to the guy again. And I mean, they know what I play, so like they'll just ban my characters. Oh lordy. Unless I like literally change my name, then obviously they wouldn't recognize me to open my stream after a match.
It's now or never.
But I mean, I don't really care enough.
I need to recover. Thanks for the boost.
I almost died.
Don't give them another inch.
You personally.
What?
Maximum pulse.
Double KO. That's 3.
There's one. Six HP? Oh my lordy. Okay. He had 6 HP. Just stop being known in the rivals community. I'm not. I'm a rando. Oh my lordy.
Hey, Chad! Someone clip this!
He's going.
Consider your circuits fried, Ultron.
Will never be a random. I am a random. What do you mean?
I got to care about you.
You guys underestimate how big people are in this game.
You can probably farm Raccoon off this place.
Okay, bro. Oh Lord, this guy's hunting me.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me. Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, that sucks. They have so much shit skin to just be fun.
Double KO.
Okay, they're gonna have mag.
I can open this too.
Down to 30 seconds. Turning up the heat. Final 10 seconds.
Wow, I didn't die. The random who's won 2 hours talents in 2 different roles. That was a luck. That was luck. That was luck. Right place, right time.
I'm probably gonna need.
Especially the second one because I was a sub.
Maximum pulse.
3, 2, 1.
This is literally just duck hunt. This game is so fucking boring.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Gonna kill. Come back. Come back. What's ult on? Stay point, I'm trying to talk to you as best I can.
Burn mortals.
The current score is
I am getting hard focused. Holy shit, I have 11 deaths.
2. Time to switch things up, including which
Oreo
side
knows, bro. That was the tournament. The tournament was sponsored by Oreo. Wow. That's not how that works. By the way, they never sent me my Oreos. We were supposed to get Oreos for participating. I never got my Oreos. I gave them my address. They didn't do nothing. They never sent me my Oreos. I'm kind of sad about that because I wanted those Oreos. They're like special, like Hulk Oreos or something like that. W, you're still alive, Infer. Thank you. Yeah, I started extremely late, so that's I'm late. I mean, I'm live late.
Cosmic judgment every now and then.
If I'm gonna live this late, then I'm at least do 5 hours. At least I gotta at least do 5. I've been live for 4 hours and 30.
30 seconds before you attack.
When are you gonna play
Get
Deadlock
ready.
again? Deadlock is fun. I don't know.
So you're the almighty Phoenix, huh? Not as big as I expected.
Deadlock is fun. I like Mina. Quota is 8. That's only on normal streams. This is not a normal stream. If you want me to go to 8 hours, nah, I'm nah. Someone had to give subs or something. There's no way. I've only been live for 4. You want me to double this stream? And also the problem with me going to 8 is that it's gonna fuck up next stream. Oh my god, I got headshotted. That's gonna make me start stream late next stream. Dude, I can't play the game.
Can you walk me with us?
I'm just getting one-shotted.
I'm not looking at cars.
Am I muted? No, but you're about to be. Yeah, I got 6 more damage.
Just play for Rocket Oak. Don't die.
Sniped him off the thing. Nah, dude, get your rest. Rest. But I got bills to pay though. Hold on. Rest. What if I want to do this long?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Our enemy has been spotted. I'll patch you up.
It's grind time. We gotta get the grind on. Quota is indeed 8 hours though. Hold on. Nah, I'm not going to 8. Not for free, I'm not.
By the eye of Agamotto!
3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's all bugged out. Nice.
Can we shoot it?
If he fucking releases it. W. Oh my lord. I have 14 deaths, bro. I will ban you, Cyber. I will ban you. You're crazy if you think I will approve your message. I will literally ban you. Oh, he's stuck in ads. He didn't get to see it. But our mods denies message. Actually, I'll do it. He types something really stupid.
Thanks for the boost.
Accept? Fuck no.
Nice deep freeze.
Hey, Tag! Someone clip this!
Oh, they're on triple. Oh, they really want to win. They went to triple healer. Wow. Banned all my characters and they picked triple healer. Wow. They better win this shit. Doing all that. Because they know. Where are my healers? Okay. Like, they both died at the same time. I don't know. In no universe, they ban all my characters and then they lose. Oh my god, this character still feels so strong. Can't stop the Phoenix. Can't stop the Phoenix, bro. This character still feels disgusting, chat. They better not lose, bro. I'm telling you. They banned all of my characters. Every single character I play has the most hours on is banned. Like literally 5 of my lords are banned this match. That is ridiculous. For 4? 5 or 4 of my lords are banned this match.
Third point.
By the eye of
I froze.
By the eye of Aga.
He's on line. Let's go. Point.
Got him.
Behold the god of thunder!
Oh my goodness, bro. I have 17 deaths, bro. Look at Ultron. Ultron's lagging.
Come back.
Oh my god, that Ultron didn't die.
I am ready to put on a show.
Look, everybody see everybody see
Okay, that's good.
Back up.
Final score: 3, 2.
Yo, that's wild. Banning that much characters. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. How do y'all lose that? Y'all banned all of my characters. They banned every single one of my characters. I was right. 4 of them. 4 of my lords are banned and they still they banned my 2 mains. I play Psylocke and I can't play Cyclops here because I have one, but I play Psylocke and Blade. They banned literally both of them and they still lost. That is not normal. Oh, brother, dude. How do you guys ban all my characters and still lose? And they got promoed on. Oh my lordy. All we need was one other good healer and we win. Could have broke Rocket out, but we got Deadpool instead. Deadpool was the main reason we lost. Hey man. Shit, y'all get the Deadpool player, bro. Don't keep him away from me. Keep the Deadpools away from me, bro. Keep the Deadpools away from me. I'm good off those. Shit. Damn, bro. Shit, do I keep going? Oh, I want to try the 18v18 Annihilation. What is this? This is with AI. I want to try this with Cyclops on the actual client. Live client. Apparently there's like just Cyclops everywhere. Everyone's just playing Cyclops going stupid. Oh, let me see my blades on the Weeder ward. You're gonna eat bacon, eggs, and cheese as a celebration for the Knicks game. I don't even watch basketball. I can't name a single Knicks player. If you had a challenge and you told me to name a Knicks player, I couldn't do it. I'd die. I'd literally die. I can't. Ow, hit my leg. A Brunson egg and cheese. Brunson, is that a player? Your biggest fan is out there praying? Wait, what? Brunson egg and cheese. All dick and balls. What the what? Popping out for the parades. What the hell? What the hell, bro? Hatch found, let's go. Ow. Bro, what is hitting me? Wait, Nasu? Wait, what? Sherlock Daniel.
Victory is in my
It's cool, this is a sword. It's floating there. Post it's gonna exist last time next one. Why are my hands so cold?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You might be semi-muted. You're not muted. You're just ignoring messages because you're typing stupid stuff. You're not gonna type anything about it. I'm not gonna respond about you.
It's nice to be back in action.
How many Cyclops are here? Oh, this is gonna be hilarious.
That should make a difference.
Oh my god, there's just lasers everywhere! Can I get a heal? Oh, we don't have a healer, do we? Why are you playing Moon Knight in this game mode, bro? There's Cyclops. So a bit of someone lighting dynamite is lighting dynamite? Oh no. I remember that stuff. The 4th of July stuff. Oh my god. Every year somebody do some crazy shit for 4th of July. Yeah, I'm good off those fireworks. Like, last 4th of July, the videos were crazy. Literally saw somebody's hand get blown off. What was that rapper's name? There was a rapper that blew his hand off lighting fireworks. My dumbass friend sent me it. That shit blew smooth off. Yeah. I don't do fireworks, bro. I'm not gonna be the one to light it. I'm good off that. We can do fireworks. I'm not lighting it though. It won't be me. And I've done some crazy shit. I've done skydiving. That makes too much. Okay, I don't think I'm ever gonna do it again though. That's probably the craziest shit I've done. Jennifer is doing it. 5 foot long fuse. 5 foot long fuse is crazy. What in what?
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Was it fun, Scott? I mean, it was fun. I don't think I'd ever do it again, though. Or if I would do it again, I'm not doing that shit till I'm like fucking 60 or some shit. Oh, I wanted to get in that. It wasn't indoor, no. It was outdoor skydiving. You're not like doing it alone though. You're strapped to a professional, but still, that shit crazy. That shit crazy. Oh my god, I cooked that girl. Oh man, I cooked that girl, bro. Is that really what his alt line is? It's a fucking aggressive groan. That is hilarious. Nothing cool, like, I don't know, like, Gambit never fold, no nothing. Like, he just groans. Like cliff jump? Nah, I'm not cliff jumping. Oh no. That's dead ass what he does. He just groans. Wait, they need to change his alt voice. I don't know. I'm just not realizing this. His voice line is just him groaning. It's just a groan. He doesn't say anything cool or nothing.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back. Propulsion beam.
Like no fire. Like what is the alt called? No, like he doesn't yell like Ruby Rage or nothing like that. No, like no, like this is Optic Fury. Does he?
You're ready for action. The battle's not done. Neither am
Why do I keep getting a groaning one? Why do I keep getting the groaning fucking groans? I can't wait for to play the new Persona game, Persona 4 and 6. I want to listen to the music because I already know the music gonna be fire. That shit gonna be fire. Great job, you're racking up points. Big Fury. Playing them on channel. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Most likely would, yes. Pretty fun. Did I Lord Didi yet? Oh, 5. I need to Lord Daredevil. 308 out of 480. I could literally finish that today. Like right now. I just need like a good ass Daredevil game. And a nice long one. A nice long one. Nice long schlong. Holy shit, there's like nobody online. Is it really that late? It ain't that late, I promise. It is. It's only 5 a.m. Match found. Let's go. Go to bed. Why should I go to bed? Why shouldn't you go to bed? Tell me, why should I go to bed instead of you? Let's be real.
Do you think you want to be today?
Please be real. Why should me go to bed and not you?
Victory is in my sight.
I need to play Daredevil, but
I'll fight to end the darkness
that
that spawned me.
Now, who am I
Plug
gonna
it.
banish from this match?
I want to play Iron Man, man. I low-key want an Iron Man meta, but I know that's not healthy. I know that's not healthy. I know that's not healthy. I want one so bad, but I know it's not healthy. Because I slept for 12 hours, so you should go to bed. I'm just now waking up. You slept for 12 hours? Bro, how could you sleep for 12 hours, bro? Only rich people sleep, bro. You must have no bills to pay or nothing to do, bro, if you sleep for 12 hours. I got work to do, bro. Can't be sleeping for that long. Can't be sleeping for that long, nope. 8 hours max. 8 hours stream, 8 hours max. Max sleep. We got bills to pay, we got work to do, bro. Lock in. All you need is 8 hours. 8 is the key to everything, chat. Trust.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
What are 8-hour videos? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Iron Man. I remember it's fun. No Less or Wicked or something like that. That's a game. I actually have that game. Because they sent me it. This game is sick. But I haven't played it. I'm gonna play it on my Steam Deck. I don't want to play it on my PC. It's a Souls game. It's a top-down Souls game.
No monsters getting the best of me.
Graphics are sick. You have a Discord server. You want to join her? Actually, you fit right in. This guy is very weird and very freaky. He fit right in. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, they're so fancy I almost feel guilty using them to fight.
Or maybe I'm not joking. Maybe I'm not joking. 12 hours is wicked. So why did you do it?
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You have Discord? Nah, she got a Discord. Don't let her lie to you. Don't let her lie to you. She gatekeeping, bruh. She's gatekeeping. Don't let her lie to you.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
You ain't getting away with this one. Hold on. If I can't get away with Don playing Yasuo, you can't get away. Oh, now we don't know what Discord is. Okay, but.
You're lucky I was here. I was born ready.
Hella no dash. Hella no dash. Yeah, that's part. That's a skill issue.
Back in the game. Our adversaries gather. I was born ready.
Timing. Perfect.
Right block. Oh my god. Oh my.
One shot.
That part's not gonna save you.
I was born ready.
This part will not save you.
As good as new. A shortcut through space.
Holy shit, where did my health bar go? What was that? What? Oh, nah. What was that? Nah, wait, that was kind of sus. Oh, nah. What? He flicked the shit out of that guy. Yeah, I worked for that. Yeah, those are mine. My finals. Well, new judgment game. That's not gonna happen. Needed tired very, very famous voice actor, and I guess refused to recast again. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. She's 1 HP. She's 1! Oh my lord, she was 1 HP, bro. That's so frustrating, bro. That's so frustrating. She was 1 HP. You still talk to Nano? I haven't talked to Nano in months. Oh, yes, I have. Okay, that doesn't count, though.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Back in the game.
Okay. Oh, great.
Yo, can we hop off this dog shit, bro? Like, play real characters.
I was born ready.
Listen, real characters, I'm crying. I do feel like using my Punisher skin.
I was born ready. Taste cold steel. Shield, I'm not bad.
Us against the world. Ryan Banner is the
And then, okay, I guess.
I'm
She's just creeping around the corner.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Whose voice changer is that? You know this game had voice changers?
Help me please, no. Like, what are we playing for? Like, what the fuck are we playing for? You guys are sitting behind the corner with no one shooting you. Fat, ugly fuck.
Wait, why is he complaining? Like he's 8-4. Wait, what is he complaining about? He's doing the worst, one of the worst on the team.
Oh, cancer.
Wait, what? He's 8-4. What is he complaining about? I'm so lost. I can't take him serious with that voice changer, bro. Played Kaido Falls. What do you mean I haven't played Kaido Falls? You said did? Well, I played before you. What's up, Jessica? What the fuck? I'm the one that told you to play Kaido Falls. What are you talking about? You need to go to bed. Jessica, thanks for the raid. Oh man, this match is hilarious. I'm playing Star-Lord.
Got something that needs to be blasted?
She said I was being obnoxious. I was just streaming Jessica. Oh man. I missed the health bag. Wow.
Like, what could be possibly be looking?
Okay. Oh, why is there a Cyclops there? What is he doing back there? He's just coincidentally right there. Like, what is that? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, bro. It's winnable. Stream was good. That's what's up. What were you doing? You guys playing like ranked or something? What were you guys up to? Bros. Ow. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure I did because you didn't play it when I told you to play it. The person that didn't play yet was Shine. Are you forgetting? Shine played Judgment, but he didn't play Kaido Falls. Here's your memory today. I'm dead as hell. He's not even looking at me. That's the worst part of it. He's not even looking at me. He's just shooting a wall and I died.
Now that's
This character is gonna drive me insane. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Balanced. I'm all insta count all to this sucks. Those guys stalling like crazy. Okay, even if I did, I would have got counter ulted anyway.
0, 2, 3.
Well, let's call Yakuza 4.
Time to switch
Why?
including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to go to the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Yeah, we need to kill these tanks.
I'm not a
I'm sure it is.
I'm the Punisher.
Vulcan Strange, right? Vulcan Strange, okay. Ooh. Excuse me. Ugh. God damn, I'm quite tired. Okay, Yakuza 5 was the worst Yakuza? No.
That's how I like it.
Wait. Let me think about it for a second. Okay, okay. Some things in Yakuza 5 was horrible, like Saijima's part was horrendous. Also, I forgot to do a shout out for Jessica. Saijima's part was absolute buns. Like the devs dead ass lost the plot. Like I don't know what they were cooking with that part. That shit was horrible. But the game picks up like crazy after like 80% of the game. Thankfully. Thankfully. The ending picked up like crazy. The entire like 70% of the half of the game makes up for it after like 70%. Thankfully.
Battlefield ready again.
Jiggle peeking. This water gun sounds like it does no damage. This skit is so hilarious. It sounds like I'm doing no damage, but I'm actually doing damage. I'm actually doing a lot of damage. Oh, this hella literally just plays angles. That's it. Just playing this shit like it's Valorant.
Like walk and shoot at the same time, or we like actually just win trading and fucking being retards. Like,
oh wow, that guy's angry. Oh yeah, that CC chain's not gonna kick in. I'm dead. This is a myth.
Feeling fantastic.
Valorant stream? Oh no, hell no.
I'm good to go. Judge, jury, executioner!
This guy just fucking ult me? Please get that girl from up there. Holy, you guys have got to kill that girl.
I need medical support. Not bad, Fox, for a super cop. Heavy weapons.
I'm in love.
Smoke screen.
I always hit the summer skins with the water guns. Sounds annoying. You don't like the noises on this? I like the noise on this. It's a water gun. My god, I'm getting lasered.
Out of sight.
Why did she wait so long down? We could all just walked under the thing. Let's survive that.
If you're not careful, mate.
Oh my goodness, bro. What an annoying character. Oh wait, I should go Wolverine. Drop that team up. Wait, I don't think you need to do that, Jeff. That could have been bad. Who the fuck is shooting me? Is it Hella? Because they're doing insane damage. No one got hit by that. Wolf was banned? Oh fuck, that's not good. No, I'm getting counter picks. MK Cyclops also, bro, like I went freaking what is his name is Punisher, they just counter pick me. So how am I gonna switch characters across? Oh my goodness, okay.
That should make a difference.
That was gonna be a fat ult to me.
Saved by the bloodstone gem.
Brother, what is damaging me this much? I'm so lost. Did he go for me? I'm not crazy, right? You went for me? Oh my. Wow. What a miserable match.
Saved by the bloodstone gem. Breathing
Oh my goodness.
Thanks for the love, love.
I hate him. I know that guy's not happy. He ate his ass. This shot is evil. He ate his ass. That's fucked up. I mean, that guy's been talking trash too. He is what? He ate his ass. Okay, I don't know why we're not killing this guy. That was a waste of my ult, I guess. Oh, you. He did what to whom? Yo, Sonny, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including
What is this game? Marvel Rivals. It is a hero shooter with superheroes from the Marvel Universe. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Round 3, go. Round 3, go. You played every persona? Every persona is crazy. Every is sick. Oh fuck! No, Lucky, no. Oh, that's not good. Yo, I was gonna probably get off after this match, bro. Bro, I started late, man. Yo, Lucky Zeal, thanks for the raid, bro. God damn it. Fine, I'll keep going. I was gonna get off after this match, probably. Appreciate the raid. Hope your matches went well, bro. Super lucky raid. Super lucky raid indeed. It's my lucky day. Blade buffs. Lucky raid. And I ranked up. It's a good day indeed. It's a good day indeed. Get to cooking, bro. Bro, I already have been cooking. I ranked up. I ranked up. They banned my characters, and I still beat them. Like, last match was crazy. I had someone ban Psylocke and Blade, and they still lost. Because I just played meta. I like just locked in Phoenix, and they got obliterated. That's the thing about playing a character that's trash. If they ban your character, I mean, just play meta. I could have just played Daredevil Phoenix, and then they just lost. It's quite hilarious. Who cares? If I crap on you, yeah, go Elsa. Mantis triple healer is meta. Mantis triple healer. Looks like you're going to quota. Bro, quota is 8 hours, bro, but I started late, dog. Fine, I'll go to 8. You can thank Lucky Zeal. I'll go to 8. Thank Lucky. I'm not playing Blade right now because it's not a good match to play Blade. Someone else though. Going triple healer and they're running a Hulk, and they keep counter breaking me. Oh, appreciate the raid, Lucky. Hope you have a good night. Finish those 3 hours. I mean, I'm not sleepy or nothing. Just I started late because I was having audio issues all day. I was supposed to start at 5, since I usually start at 5, but I started at 12. Unk is struggling? I'm not struggling. What do you mean? I'm chilling. Is Rocket banned meta? I hate Rocket because he gets old really fast now. I don't think he's meta though. Wait, no. He's meta in triple healer. He's really good for triple healer. Is night for me? Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for me. I'm not West Coast, I'm East Coast. I usually start stream at 5 p.m. EST or around that time. But I started late. Do I play Cyclops? Yeah. All I've been playing this season is Cyclops and Blade. I main Blade and Psylocke, but I like Cyclops a lot. I'll play Cyclops next match. Who the fuck was that on top of me?
Thanks for the love.
Brother, what? Why is he up there? This character's damage is egregious as hell.
Whoever took me out, you just made cheers, mate.
This character's damage is so egregious, bro. And both Cyclopses are MVP. I think this match is gonna be a tie. I don't think we're gonna win this. Oh my god, he's so fast.
Fucking retard.
What, you on YouTube? I didn't know you streamed. Yeah, I stream every day. Main game is Rivals, but sometimes I play fighting games.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double down.
There's no way. Oh my god, okay, we draw.
Like, no one takes my TP. Like, you guys are so fucking stupid. I hope you guys all burn in hell.
What? Oh my god, bro. Only one it's he didn't even say it was TPing. He didn't even say it was TPing. Or maybe he did. I don't fucking know. I was too busy looking at the raid. I don't even know if he even said he was TPing. I'm fucking crying. I lost some? Oh my god. I lose 3 for that. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Sun Yin Ring. I fucking lose 3 for that. I lose 3 for that. I'm so fucking stupid. This game sucks. This game sucks. This game actually sucks, bro. Okay, I lose 3 for that. That's so stupid. Nah, I'll play Cyclops this match. What's our win rate at Cyclops? Probably bad. It's a day 1. Oh, it's positive in mine. I thought it was bad. Yeah, I played him this match. I thought my Cyclops win was bad because day 1, I played him day 1, and then I had like 3 matches in a row of teammates just arguing with each other over who's worse. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, they just kept arguing with each other. I tried to figure out what fighting game I found your name on, but I can't seem to remember. It was either Street Fighter, it could be anything. I played every fighting game. It could be Took Scale, it could be Tekken, it could be Street Fighter. It could be Fatal Fury, it could be Dragon Ball Fighters, it could be MK1.
Which hero do you think you might be today?
Holy shit, I played too much games. I played too much different games.
Victory is in my sight.
How you still sane? How you stay sane on this game? Because I play Blade, so I'm used to losing.
Now.
You ever played Jump Force? Yeah, I did some Jump Force videos a long time ago. You ever played Brawlhalla? Yes, but I'm never playing it again. Sun Yin. That's Starlord. If they ban my Cyclops, I'm gonna be pretty sad. Banning Gambit. Oh wait, Gambit's banned. I don't need the Dino ban. I can destroy the Dino. Like Daredevil or something. I don't know. Still watch those videos sometimes. The old ones, the Jump Force ones. Oh god, those are so old. Let me check. Do I have a playlist for Jump Force? Oh my god, I do. I have a Jump Force playlist. I think I used to be addicted to this game. Holy shit, that's the old intro.
Because he's not really giving up much of a challenge. But
why the fuck am I playing Grimgel?
Perfect Susanoo.
This game is so ass.
I'm not judging.
This game is so ass. Oh my god, what year was this? 2021? Jesus Christ, my Cyclops is banned, isn't it? He took my Cyclops after I hovered it? What are we cooking? Okay, I'm going Blade. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going support.
That spawned me.
Or second tank, yeah, you can eat shit. I'm hovering at characters, bro takes that shit. Did you play Bleach Rebirth for Souls? Hell yeah. I played hella Rebirth for Souls. I was one of like the main YouTubers for that game. Hold on.
I earn my name with every slice
Oh, it's right here.
30 seconds before
I did
you
hella
attack.
streams playing that game. Bro, I was cooking on this game. That shit was evil, bro. I did a video for every DLC character. There's not a single DLC character I didn't do a video for. This character. I fucking love this character. Nah, this character was evil, bro. The sidestep? Nah, bro, the mix was crazy on that game. I sidestepped and then I double sidestepped after he read the first sidestep. Oh my god, bro. I was cooking motherfuckers on that game. Oh my god, bro. It's such a shame that game is dead. I was generally cooking motherfuckers on that game to a different degree, bro. Like, if you're in somebody's head on that game, oh my god. Like, you can just do some disgusting things to their brain. Pause. But, like, you get what I mean? You can just do some disgusting things to them. What the fuck is that guy's name? Wanda's Lotion. Okay. That was gonna blow Ichigo. Nah, that's my favorite character in that game. Before that, I made Vasto Ichigo. Bro, chat, remember the Vasto Ichigo combo I hit on Cam? What was it? The 70 hit combo? Oh my god, bro. That dude was ready to quit, bro. Tozen was fun. Tozen was sick. The 70 hit combo? You playing tournaments and fighting games? I played in some Sage and Slams. Other than content creator ones, no. The last fighting game tournament I played in, I won it. Wait, no, I lost it. The one before that, I won. I won the Street Fighter Slam at TwitchCon last year for 2X. Wait, no, for Street Fighter 6. The Sage Jam Slam for it's basically just Twitch Rivals Street Fighter 6. Last year at TwitchCon, we won. Me and Team Sean, we won. After that, I did a 2X scale tournament. We lost. We fucking lost. The low key, we got last place, but low key, we lost to the people that won the tournament because their team was low key kind of stacked. I can't lie.
Here, back line. Oh, we lost this bitch.
Oh, they're both dead. Oh, they're all dead. What the fuck? Why are you back already? Nah, this is evil. Nah, this is evil work. Please heal me, please. Oh, heal me more, not. Oh my god. To be fair, that tournament was way above your skill. Which one? Talking about the 2X one? No, I was high seed. I was literally the highest seed in the tournament. Just that the only issue is that there was a challenger player in this tournament, which was like, I mean, I guess. And his team was like really good too. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god, you guys have got to walk up. Oh, no one's walking. The Twitch one? That wasn't way above my skill. The Twitch Rivals was Street Fighter 6? What do you mean? That wasn't way above my skill. Oh, no. Oh, he's about the 2X KO one. No. Oh, yeah, the Twitch Rivals was 2X KO. That shit was, oh my god. Nah, bro. I know what you're talking about. My bad. I forgot about that one.
Damn, bro, they lost like.
I thought you meant like the 2X KO Slam.
Okay.
Sage Jam Slam. The Twitch Rivals for 2X KO? No, that was ridiculous. I've never, and it was first to one. It was first to one, so it was like literal 30-second matches. People were just gimmicking each other out. Wow, this cap is peeling to a different degree. He wants me gone. He does not like me.
Here, up here.
Value indeed. They're not portaling either. We would not. Please don't die to that guy. Thank you.
Burn.
Cyclops ulted or some shit? Why is it not ulted, man? That Cyclops should have ulted that shit. What? I got a portal.
TP. They don't have You have no idea.
Somebody touch.
Somebody jump in. No. A shortcut.
Nowhere yet.
Oh my god, that was the fucking fastest TP I've ever done. God, bro. Okay. Scarlet Witch, all. Where did that come from? Oh, this is some cornball shit. Why can't you do this? Why is the portal not one way in the big 26? Why can you do that? I don't get it. Oh my god, okay. In the big 26, this portal is still not one way.
Does anybody play Hulk or anything? I could go thing or I could play Hulk.
Through our portal? She probably did. Like, I don't know why that's still a thing. I don't know how you're able to do that shit still. It's so silly.
Someone's got to go once in a.
I don't even know what happened.
I'm not gonna risk losing. I'm gonna play Psylocke.
I don't know. You guys are getting dope heavy. By the time I look
so
back,
much bigger than me.
everything gets melted. I don't know.
In the big 26, you're able to, like, okay.
Solo take thing, but just please stay close to me so that way I can hold front line and the back line.
Even if we win this
As
battle,
much as I can.
the war for the future of
What's
humankind is
more
far
massive at the time? 6, 7, or 9 plus 10? Nah, 9 plus 10 was iconic, bro. nah, 9 plus 10 was insane, bro. It was 9 plus 10.
We're doing good. Like we're like.
Nah, 9 plus 10 is bigger. That was way bigger, bro. That shit was, that clip was everywhere, bro. 21, you stupid. More massive? Nah, bro. It's not more massive, bro. There's no way 9 plus 10 was everywhere. You stupid. You stupid. No, I'm not. It was 9 plus 10. That shit was everywhere, bro. What?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
She's playing Scarlet Witch. Like, okay. Yo, they be cooking my ass on TikTok. They be like, why are you playing Blade, the Scarlet Witch of Melee? They be cooking my ass. They be cooking my ass, bro. They like, get off Blade. Or if I do a cool clip, they be like, no. What was the last clip I uploaded for Blade? I said flow state Blade. And some guy was like, what flow state? You're just holding M1.
I mean, you can see what Cyclops.
They be hating on my ass, man. They do not like Blade on TikTok. They do not like Blade up there, bro. Man, that guy got lit up. Ooh, fat.
Heal.
Fat. Can you blame them though? So, what are you up to? Why you up this late? Came to harass me again or what? Don't play no games with me or nothing? White Fox on is so ass. That shit is so ass. That all is so ass, bro. I almost one comboed him, but he got healed. Way up at 5:30. I was gonna end, but I got raided, so I was like, oh, okay, fine, I'll stay on.
Tremble before fast!
You been in for? Pretty good. Chilling. Sleep now? I just saw your message. I literally just saw your message. When did you send that, by the way? I can't see timestamps on TikTok.
How are we ulting that?
No, I thought you would kill something, maybe.
Doesn't go to bed at 10 a.m. Goes up at DJ hours. That's not true. I go to bed on time.
GG, bro. GG.
It's not over yet. Lock in.
It's over, bro.
What a mental like that? Yeah, it is. But what? Lock in?
Yeah, that's the game, bro. This is my mental.
Yo, wait, why do we have a 12 minute?
Winnable.
What's 12 minute? Oh, he's solo time.
Go. I killed two. I killed two. Bro.
We want Infer stuff around Cuphead? Oh, hell no. 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 If I were to play Cuphead this time, oh, hell no. Besides, I can't play it anyway. Eli's not here. She is knocked out sleep. Play GPO again? There is no amount. 14K on Invis. Did you get 14K? Damn. Why not? Why not what? Not Cuphead? I can't play with Eli anyway. We're playing co-op. What? And also, I don't want to play that right now. I think I'd play Cuphead at 5 a.m. You've lost your mind. Cuphead at 5 a.m. is dangerous work. Dangerous fucking work, bro. Dangerous fucking work, bro. Well, the mix-up is happening for 2X tonight, right? Or later today. All right, back to what I was looking at. No, this character was disgusting. God, this character's gas. This is ranked, yes. Just belt to ass. Just put him belt to ass. You can see his Punisher clip? Well, that Punisher clip is too funny, bro. I saw it. Bro, I baited that guy's grab. Oh my god, bro. This game is actually so fire, but it's so ass at the same time. He thought I was about to grab him. I hit him with a step back. Oh my god. Perfect flash step. Oh my god. Hit that bull with a perfect dot. Bro, when you're in somebody's head on this game, it's actually so disgusting. It was a Kusenge, yeah, it was a Kusenge as fuck, but it has mix.
Contains all my power.
Oh my god! Yo, somebody clip that. Nah, that shit was gross, bro. This game was actually so fire. It's fucking booty cheeks, but it's a fire booty cheeks. Like, does that make any sense? Yorichi was broken too. Look how long you could combo with this girl. I had this girl in a damn near infinite, bro.
Boom. Bombos.
Nah, I could have kept going too.
It's cracked, man. Oh my god.
The
Nice.
Ruined Reaver for Souls. I mean, yeah. Oh my god, this combo is disgusting. Nah, I'm not done. Alright, bro, what is that damage? This game is Kusoge as fuck. Because why am I able to do that much damage to this guy? Like, what? Alright, kill her now. Let's go. Bro, I'm just styling on him. I could kill him right now if I really wanted to.
No!
Oh, wait, I dropped the combo.
Wait, up.
Oh, wait, my game is Looney Tunes. Goodbye. I don't think it's worse as the Ichigo one, though. Where's the Ichigo one? Oh, shit. 99 hit combo. Oh, this is probably TOS. Well, not TOS, but Cam's in this video, so.
And it's faster than mine, too. It covers way more range. Like, are these devs, bro? Like, that makes insane.
Oh my god, the combo. Just looping this dude.
I did not RT at any point in the middle of this.
58, 60 hit combo. What a joke.
Oh my lord.
I was mistaken.
Nah, there's another one, but I don't know where it is. Did I ever do a video on oh, I don't think I never used the footage. It was with Mugetsu. Oh, I guess I never did a video on him. It's probably just not in the playlist. Sheesh, what a game though. Nah, I didn't. Well, I technically did, but I did a whole video just covering story. Because
could make all the difference.
I mean, the game was dead. I couldn't get a match, and you had to beat story to unlock them. I gotta move this. Mugetsuchi was so hyped. That character is so broken. That character pissed me off to a different degree. That character pissed me off to a different degree, bro.
I feel like if we're playing Phantom, I shouldn't play that, you know?
Round one, go!
Screw that character.
You want to play Moon Knight that bad, bro?
Stay strong.
I just messed up my freaking rollout. This strong every soul break. Some of the viewers, W. Yeah. Shout out Lucky Zeal. Shout out the boy Lucky. Bucky. Oh, Byakuya players were. Bro, oh my god, bro. Bro, I kept fighting Byakuyas that would just infinite me, bro. That shit was so corny. Or no, it was unblockable. Or something. It was both, honestly. That character is so broken. And you couldn't do anything at range. She would just kill you. But you couldn't avoid it. And like the burst in that game would put you in perfect distance for him to put you back in the infinite. Or whatever setup it was. I don't remember what it was. It was unblockable. Oh God. That guy's one. They're down one. Walk up, please.
Thanks for the boost. Leave them to
Oh my god, I would have one-shot him. I was gonna one-shot him, but he dodged. What's a good way to get better at your aim? Play poke. I play both, so I'm good at both. You gotta play poke, bro. The only way to get better at it is by playing it. I'm about to ult. Walk up, walk up. Holy fuck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, those dudes got yeah. They got obliterated. This character is all so fast too. I struggle at tracking a bit. Well, with some Star-Lord. I played a lot of Tracer, or at least I used to. That's why I'm so good with Star-Lord. Even though I don't play him no more like that. Yeah, this game is over. Oh my god, that guy almost died. Ooh, what the fuck? Please on exile guy. This character is so silly, bro. I couldn't believe people were getting so mad at me on that that short. They were like, bro, of course Cyclops is OP. You're playing against bots. Blah, 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 blah. You're just mad poke players finally have a character to play that's good other than Hela and Phoenix. Son, what? He's doing more damage than them at 30 meters. What? Thanks for like, it's, I can tell if a character is really good, even if I'm fighting bots, bro. What the fuck? You don't even be a rocket scientist to tell this character is not bad. I was about to ult. Oh my god. Fox ult.
Behold the god of thunder!
I think I did a lot of damage to your ult though. I don't know though. I could be wrong. Probably wasn't worth it. I have no clue. Oh fuck.
I can portal, I guess. I don't know.
Might be too late. It might be.
I think Venom's gonna touch.
Oh my goodness, the Scarlet Witch stun. You can one-tap Luna ult with your ult? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, go, get up one, get up one.
You definitely can. If she sits in both, yeah, you can.
Cyclops, go support if you can.
Without Ty, I wouldn't know the real power of the light force. The current score is
Fair Rocket MBA.
0-0. Time to switch
With Rocket
things
yeah,
up,
you can.
including which side
I mean, if you destroy her shield, if she sits in it, yeah, she will fucking die.
team to win this one.
She can't heal that fast enough to not die to the ult. Also, all the like the crossfire of people just shooting and hitting everywhere. She can definitely die to Cyclops ult through that. Even with her shield, oh, that's crazy. Even with shield is insane.
Round 2, go!
Yo, Jazul, thanks for the follow. And Clutchman, thanks for the follow as well.
Blasting through!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The thing? Wow.
You cannot save
You play any dive? Yeah.
The war for the future of mutant kind is fought.
I mainly play dive. I mainly play dive. Mainly play Psylocke. Psylocke's probably my main diver for Star-Lord, but this season all I'm playing is Blade, Cyclops, and Psylocke. I mean, I have all these other lords, but that's because I counterpick. Like sometimes you need shit for boot walls, so So I have Punisher. I don't have a reason to play Moon Knight since I can play Cyclops though. I literally have Moon Knight lorded and almost champion just because of fucking triple healer. It's actually so disgusting. So I don't even want to play Moon Knight. It's literally not by choice. It's because these dudes keep running triple healers. So like I have Moon Knight almost championed. It's like, brother, what? Makes sense. Yeah. I'm pretty sure like a lot of people have champion Moon Knight and don't actually even play him. Because I don't actually even play him. I just have him. I'm not champion. Lord Moon Knight, I don't even actually play him. The character is extremely easy, so like, I mean, pretty easy to just play him if you need to. This character is so fun, bro. So broken, but so fun.
1, 2, 0.
Oh, excuse me. Sheesh. No 105. Oh, Moon Knight was cooking too. Hold on. I'm surprised they didn't run dive against us. We were just playing poke. We literally just ran poke. Oh well. Oh well. Who's on? Is anyone on Rivals right now at this time of night? Oh, Tato's on. Big Tato. I got a match already? Damn. Does this guy just not use skins? Or is this an alt? This guy never uses skins. Yo, Swim. Jet words on right now?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, just the usual people that are on this late. I keep yelling, sorry.
A fight to end the
That
darkness.
guy says Cyclops getting banned, I do not care.
Who am I gonna banish from this
He says Cyclops is getting banned, I do not care. Swim, thanks for the follow. What's up, Furcorn? Cyclops not that bad in the ban slot. Not gonna lie, I think I think Cyclops is worth a ban. That dude is insane, bro. I need a ban Gambit. Okay. Gambits, then what do we ban next? Hey, Dino or something if we're not gonna play it? Who have people even been banning? I tried Phoenix earlier, she seems still really strong. That was the match where they banned all my characters, remember? Just banned like Daredevil or something, I don't know. I would ban Dino, but like I can kind of cook the Dino. Just let me win FF, please, guys. I don't want to lose any more elo.
A fight to end the darkness that's.
I don't want to play the Dino. DD's still good? Yeah, DD's still good. He's just like a little harder to play. I was playing him earlier. It just feels a little harder because like I feel like the main nerf is probably the range on the F. The range on the dash is like really low. Maybe way closer, but I mean when you're sneaking up on people, you're usually already in that range to do that. What the fuck? Mr. Beast got a wait, Mr. Beast hit 500 million subs? And this is his play button? That shit is sick. Yo, F2, thanks for the follow. That is sick. Look at that. Don't look that cool right here. Right here in the light. Oh, it glows actually. Probably has like some LED in it or something. 500 million subs is fucking crazy. Wow, that's insane. I didn't even know he was at 500 million. That is insane.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing.
I mean, he has like crazy video writers and shit. No, so like there's no way he runs out of ideas for videos and stuff. He has so many video writers with like ideas and scripts and shit. So he's definitely gonna get that billion. Damn, that's just gonna say 1B. That's kind of crazy. Someone's YouTube channel is gonna say 1B. Do you know how insane that is? What is lighting me up this much? Yeah, that Namor does not miss. I'm so serious. That Namor does not miss. Either he's having the game of his life. That dude does not miss. Bro, how do you not get bored of Namor? Champion Namor is sick work, I must say. You don't get bored of Namor? So we're gonna get a tank or... Okay, so we're just not gonna get a tank. Oh, it's Fortnite God. Damn, that guy still only plays Star-Lord. I fought him before. He literally only plays Star-Lord. Bro, I can't hit a dash, but I'm too tired. No skin red Star-Lord. Yep, that's yeah. Have you played Blade on controller? I've never played this game on controller yet. I have a sub goal I have to do actually to play this game on controller. I just haven't done it yet. That was a no reg. Okay. Because that definitely is going to kill him. I'm going to force a support ult. I can't even kill him through it. It double support ult. Yeah, that guy just got the whole team killed. I'm not gonna lie, they are super dead. Yeah. Yikes. So like, if I go tank, will somebody go tank with me or what? I'll do it. Can we get a second tank though? No? Oh, okay, bet. We have 2 tank mains on support. Deadass? I'll play support if one of them want to play tank. Bro, fucking 6 AM queues are ass, bro. Oh my god, bro. I might have to switch accounts, bro. I'm not gonna lie. These people don't want to win at this rank. I mean, this hour. Oh, hell no. They don't want to win, bro. Why are you queuing at 6 AM to throw? Like, actually, though, why are you queuing at 6 AM to throw? Yeah, I don't want to win. Like, I don't get that.
If we can walk out with yes, we can walk out with 2 shit support.
Son, get off the game, bro. Like, actually, though, get off the game, bro. Bro, queuing this late at night, you just throwing elo away, bro. Get off the fucking game. What type of mindset is that? What the fuck did he just say? And this guy doesn't die. Yeah, this Namor's aim is insane, by the way. Even the dude in the chat said it. This Namor's aim is insane. Why the fuck is he playing Namor with aim like that? I don't get it. What mic do you use? Sure, SM7B. Wait, exclamation where mic doesn't work? That should definitely work. What? Christ, bro.
The current score is 0.
Oh my goodness, bro. Nah, I'm about to switch accounts.
Time to switch things up.
How did you?
Including
feel about Shidori and P3R? I don't mind her. I don't mind her. I played her. I played P3R on stream. Don't watch my playthrough. It's on YouTube. New exclamation point spreadsheet. Tank gameplay. Run some ads, please. Wait, no. What is it? Oh, games list. Whoops. Where's Persona? Where's Persona? Where's Persona?
Round 2.
The Night Queen always gets what she wants.
Here it is.
At any cost.
Don't watch the answer though. Don't watch the answer though. We played the whole thing on the stream though.
30 seconds.
Don't watch the answer though. That DLC is that's forbidden media. That was 2 years ago.
Hey, Haktua, did you really start out at the circus before?
Yeah, it really was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Just don't watch the answer. Go strange this time. Oh, now they want to win. Now we get 2 tanks. Okay.
You would have fit right in, Wade.
Well, I'll proc the surrender. That's the first time I've ever pressed that button.
4, 3,
I don't think they're gonna surrender, but
1.
okay, no, we have it. Okay, never mind. It's Ultron again. Never mind. Watch the answer. Oh hell no. Watch the answer is fine. Just skip to the story parts. Is it really fine though? I'm not gonna lie. I think I cut some of this the dungeon shit. I think I cut most of it. That shit was so boring, bro. I think I cut most of it because literally the parts of when we're doing the dungeon on the answer, we're talking about the randomest off-topic shit ever that don't even pertain to the game. So I think I just cut it. Like that's how boring that DLC is. Like, I think when we started talking about like literally other games and stuff, we weren't even talking about the game anymore. Fallen just lost the plot. Oh my god, bro, these heals suck. Can we surrender, please, for the love of God, bro? Like, I don't know who gets on the game at 6 a.m. to throw matches, but like, already, man. Like, who actually gets on this late to throw? Bro, got on the game at 6 a.m. just to throw Elo away. Like, I'm about to actually switch accounts. If I don't switch accounts, I'm probably just gonna get off. Like, what? These guys don't want to win, clearly. And the worst part about this is that we're almost winning with this comp. Like, the worst part is that the enemies are so bad that we're almost winning. Just like barely though, because of the comp we're running. What was she doing, bro? Are you telling me I'm gonna lose to that? Are you serious? Like, look at what she's doing. She's just trying to 1v1 me in the middle of my team. Why did this guy just solo? Oh my god, bro. I gotta report this guy. I can't believe she just ulted me. Are you not tired of 6 a.m. right now? Kind of tired, but I don't even know anymore, man. Like, why did that guy just like what? Because like, I mean, I'm playing with throwers this match, so like I don't even know what to do anymore. So that's how it feels to do that to a Star-Lord. Wow, that's very satisfying. I've never done that to a Star-Lord. They've done it to me a million times though. You're not dead? I didn't do 2 punches because I thought he was gonna die to 1. I should have done the full combo. Can I finish getting healed, please? Meanwhile, the Namor is having the game of their life. Like, oh my god. Like, I'm literally in a charity match. Like, this match is like, okay. We're really donating this match away. Like, I don't know.
I suppose that those are bad guys.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Oh my god, why am I still in this match playing with these throwers, bro? Both my healers are throwers. They don't want to play any other healers. They're playing Ultron and Adam Warlock in 2-2-2. And apparently they're actually tank players. You don't want to fight? Let's fight, bro. You don't want to spawn kill.
Hope I make the cut.
I found one of them. Krakoa stands with Wakanda until the end of the road. A shield.
Only 60 seconds left.
Your powers are mine.
Disappear!
The fact that we're almost winning this and getting this far is the stupidest shit ever. Because if we just get actual supports, this is such a winnable match.
Yay! Born again. You get away.
30 seconds.
Second chance is open.
Disappear!
Oh my god, again? How did she get out again? What? I'm not crazy, right? Bro, these guys are so bad. This match is so winnable. Oh my god. Like, are you fucking kidding me, bro?
You turned against our people, Namor, and you paid the price.
I'm about to go a cloak. See if we can actually win this.
Hope I make the cut.
I was fine, thank you.
Like, this is literally what I'm telling you guys. They're not good, too, and we're almost winning this. Like, if we run an actual comp, we win this shit so easily. You have a Loki?
Don't let anything stand in your
No, you don't. Unless he insta-switched when we died. Oh wait, they did have a Loki for a little bit. I do remember that actually.
30 seconds. The final 10 seconds.
Are we portaling or...
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Hope I make the cut.
My turn to shine.
Let me soulbound? Oh, you're trolling, bro. What did that much damage to me? Oh, I got terror caped. Well, that sucks.
Final
I got
score,
terror caped.
2, 2, 3. can't expect to win them all.
Should I play another on this account or should I just switch? Like, holy shit. Like, why? Like, what? Like, what? What? Like, why are you doing this like late at night? Why are we throwing? Like, what's? Need the replay ID. And the guy get to talk about some, oh, if we could walk out on this much DPS, we can walk out on 2 trash healers too, or something like that. I don't know what he said. He said something stupid. All right, give me a second. Whatever, we took a lot of W's today. We won like almost every match except. When did I get on? Hold on. We won every match except 3. We lost 3 matches today. Wait, no. Like 5 or 4, something like that. But we promoted. Let me switch accounts. What account do I want to play on? I'm trying to think. Oh, this one. One I played with Samju on. I have the champion blade. What's a good way to get out of gym? Into celestial. Gym is hell. I think gym's the hardest ring to get out of. I mean, obviously, unless you're like a higher than GM, but like GM is like where like people plateau in the stream now. Not yet. There's 19 funds for it. It's not enough. Character. Well, I mean, you're just getting unlucky. It doesn't matter if they send you that low because you're just gonna get back up easily. Sounds like GM too. I'd say GM is worse though. Usually I'm in so I'm having great games. But then again, you just saw that game I just had, so do I really? What character do I play in this account? I want to play Iron Man. Full on Iron Man. It is dummy late. God damn. I don't know if any of you guys are still awake in the YouTube chat, but shout out to you guys for being here this late. God damn. It is dummy late. Damn. Wait, wasn't there a character I wanted to test? DD. I tested out DD already. I guess Rogue and what? Why not play on the main account? What happened? I'm getting throwers. It's 6 a.m. I'm getting throwers, so I switched accounts. It's 6 a.m. and I'm getting throwers, so I got off the account. Playing Iron Man. Midday for me. Have both streams open. Oh, I appreciate that, dude. Both is crazy. It's a good time to queue. I'm also in Celestial. Well, the servers I queue on are East Coast, and at East Coast right now it's 6 a.m. So you're just gonna get people that don't care about life, or don't care about anything in general. So you're gonna get a lot of depressed people or miserable people, or you might get a Giga Sweat, but like, doubt it. The chances you get a Giga Sweat is not that high. You're getting a lot of people haven't slept yet and aren't playing well. Don't care about life. I mean, you saw the match I just had. Like those dudes did not care. Like what? Like for what reason are you doing that in ranked? Son talking about some. Oh, it was, if we can walk out on those DPS, then we could walk out on Ultron and what was it? Ultron and Adam Warlock. On comp. I mean, yeah, I tried on comp 2 at 5 a.m. but like. People are sleepy. People's senses are dulled and stuff. You know what I mean? So like, the chance you get good teammates, I wouldn't say is high, but I don't know. That last match was a wake-up call. I mean, I've won majority of the matches tonight, but that last match was a wake-up call. I'm like, oh no. I can just tell where this is going. I can just tell where this is going. But then again, I don't usually stream this game this late. I usually stream until like 4 a.m. and then I get off. 4 or 5. 5 is max. But this is 6 a.m. right now. I'm still here.
If I'm not joking about something, you know I'm not taking it seriously.
Usually from like 6. Like remember when I did 24 hour? Usually from like 6 a.m. to like 10, the queues start getting really long. They're probably not long right now since the new season just came out, but the new half season. But remember when I did 24 like 3 weeks ago or 4? Very queuing all day. Just want to losing streak. Want to rage queue? Yeah, if you are rage queuing and stuff, like, nah. I'm gonna just hop on my own and play some characters I don't play.
The battle starts in 5.
Besides, I've been itching to play Iron Man, so let's play some Iron Man.
2, 1.
Even though Cyclops is just better Iron Man.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. That put a spring in my step. Then do anything else. Except be a superhero.
They have a Venom. Yeah, I like this skin, chat. Everybody's shit talking for using this skin. Why do we have an Iron Man? What the fuck? Or who was that? Oh no, that wasn't Iron Man. That was a Cyclops. Oh my god. I thought the Cyclops was Iron Man. I'm like, what? I just saw someone here beaming me, so I'm like, who the hell is that? So I remember it's a red beam. Did they buff Iron Man speed? Hell no. I wish they did. If he was a little faster, oh my god. Like, the only way you can play Iron Man right now is just if you're like really good at the movement. But even if, I hate this character's ult. I suck at it. I don't like his ult. His ult is so easy to counter. I think he has one of the worst ults in the game. Like, it's literally a, all or nothing type of ult. High risk, high reward. Risky as fuck. There's like 1,000,000 frames to start up. As a fighting game player, this shit is ass. 1 HP. I have 1 HP. I have 1 HP. Please, please, please. Don't do me like this. Nah, my beam is better. I have to sneak up behind people to ult, bro. I wish they would rework his ult to be like, I don't know, like an install or something.
You stop them in their tracks.
I have tagged a foe.
Maximum pulse.
Got him. That's what happens when you pick up fire protons.
Hurry up. Our enemies are near.
Got him. But having to do that though is whack, bro, and that's not gonna work again. Well, it probably would, but now there any decent team will go Magneto, and then the moment they hear the ult, they'll press Q and it instantly suck it up. Any decent tank player would realize, oh, there's an Iron Man, just go Magneto. And she got literally chomped. God damn. One of the big chompers. What am I looking at? I'm sleepy, but what am I looking at?
I am ready to put on a show.
I unleash the Vishanti.
30 seconds.
Almost there.
Behold the god of thunder!
What the? That's crazy. This is one of the most popular superheroes, and he's this ass in this game. That's kind of criminal, no? What? Is that a Thor? You guys have a... Your beams is not better than mine, bro.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Maximum! This is real firepower!
Okay, perhaps my Iron Man might be too big, too good for this, right? I don't think so, though. No.
Disappear.
Oh, my tracking OD. My tracking OD though.
The current score is.
What is bro doing? I don't know. These long ass streams always catch me off guard. It's not really a long stream. It's only been 6 hours. Okay, that's pretty long. That's above average compared to your normal streamer. Normal streamers usually do like what? 4, 3,
It worked out for everybody.
something like that. I usually do what, 8 daily? 7 or 8 daily is what I usually do. I checked my numbers. It says my average is. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to press that. My average is.
Round 2, go.
Oh, I can't find it. I'm pretty sure it was 7.5. Found it.
Get ready.
7.4. My average stream is 7.4 hours long.
I won't shy away from
Tuning in for the night. Good night. Good night, dude.
Fools, do you truly believe?
Appreciate everybody came out to the stream tonight. Even though it was extremely late, but it wasn't my fault. I had to fix the audio issues, and instead of fixing it off stream, I somehow fixed it mid stream, which is nice. Still play Deadlock? I haven't played Deadlock in a while. I do need to because I want to play Mina. Last time I played Deadlock was on stream. I wanted to play Mina. Wait, where are they at? Did they give up? I wanted to play Mina and I didn't roll Mina, so I was really sad, and I was forced to play like a 40-minute match of not Mina, and then I got off the game. Bro, I was pissed, bro. I wanted to play. I literally got on the game because I only wanted to play Mina. Like I literally got off Rivals, and I was like, I want to play Mina. Let's get on Rivals. I mean, let's get on Deadlock. I get on Deadlock. I rolled Celeste. I was like, brother, are you kidding me? The one character I wanted to play, I didn't roll it. Like I was so tempted to just ult F4. But no, I sat there and I played the whole 40 minutes, and then we lost. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get off, end stream and get off. I haven't played since. Audio issue? Yeah, I fixed it. Apparently there's some random Windows setting selected called enhanced audio something something something. I don't know how it was selected. I mean, it was on, but it just was. I mean, it was really popular. And not as popular as she used to be. And she just got nerfed too. So I'm like, oh yeah, let me get on. Let me cop a quick Mina game real quick. No. She wasn't even banned. Somewhere on my damn team took her. I let the guy die. But I mean I did, but hey, yeah, he took my character, so yeah. At least I'm honest. Spirit is meta. Spirit is always meta. Gun metas aren't fun in that game. Oh my god, gun metas are miserable in that game. Haze? Oh hell no. Celeste be boring bad. I don't like the new Celeste builds. Isn't it like isn't it like I forgot the fucking item name. Torment Pulse. Torment Pulse builds, ew. I kinda missed the old M1 builds that she did. Yeah, I like their gun builds. Their gun builds are fun.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
Oh, I need Child Torch. We're playing Torch. I need Child Torch buffs. We're playing Torch this match. Hey, no. Gun builds on that game are not fun. I mean, not gun builds. Gun metas aren't fun on that game. It's just miserable. Tormenting so much. Torment Pulse. Oh my god, I love that item on Victor. And that's his core item. Torment Pulse Victor. Oh my god. Nah, I love Deadlight. That game is fun as hell. It's gonna do well. I'm definitely gonna play some more of it. I just want the game to drop already. It's taking ages to drop that damn game. All my friends aren't playing right now because of the new earn changes. And all my friends aren't playing right now also because they're all either in the slam or they're doing slam stuff. So they're all playing 2x2. Is anyone I should ban? Ban Punisher. It's a selfish ban, but I want to go Torch, so fuck. Not in our group. Supernova.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
I haven't played this character in ages. I don't know where this is gonna go. Supernova. Twitch time? Yep. Twitch time indeed. Okay, what time is it? 6:23.
30 seconds before you attack.
I actually want to start stream early, so I'm not going to 8 hours. Because if I go to 8 hours, well, the longer I stream, the worse everyone's next stream. Because I'm gonna wake up later. So I should probably wrap this up and get out of here. How many hours do you have on Blade? I have no clue. I definitely have like over 200 though, if you count ults and challenges and shenanigans. Wait, why is it looping the same songs over again?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What's Sonic music?
All right. Let's warm up.
The speeder sound. Do I remember how to play this character? Brother, he fucking hit me through the wall. Wait, why did I skip the replay? No, I need to see that. No, bro. Oh my god, he hit me through the wall. He just hooked me through the wall. What is that? Oh, that's so whack. Oh my god, how many pullers y'all got, bro? I'm getting hooked. A lot of hookers, bro. Goddamn.
Be strong together.
Back from the ashes.
I like the cold.
Don't step on lava. Day of the spawn.
Look who's here. Please, we're hurt. More vulnerable than ever.
Armed and dangerous.
This guy's so weird for that. Oh my god. The match I want to play Torch, I gotta fight a Bucky and a freaking Spider-Man, bro. Are you dead ass? I just want to try a Torch buffs, bro.
Back from the ashes.
Oh, god damn it, dude. Nah, bro. I'm actually getting obliterated. okay, bro. Like, I mean, I guess. Like, what's like? I guess, bro. You'd be like fucking Deadpool or something.
Grenades, a coupon for 1 free back rub. Yep, I'm ready for
A
action.
nice deep freeze.
Watch out, coming through. Oh yeah, baby, that's
Almost got it.
Watch out, coming through.
Oh my god, she's 1 HP. No one? No one? Anyone shoot her? Oh my goodness. Okay. Had her literally 1 HP. It's just one good man with thumbs. That's all I need. I just need one person with thumbs, bro, to shoot that girl, bro. Oh my god, she would have died.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
A game within a game. I'm meta.
Okay, that is unfortunate. I would champion Storm, but the moment people see the moment people I can't fucking read anymore. I'm that sleepy. The moment people see a flying character, instantly swap to pun, Spider-Man hella. Yep. That's why I don't like flyers. And they're all 250, so hey. Like the flyers do crazy damage though. It's like high risk, high
30
reward.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Flyers can't ever be meta, bro. That shit is too miserable, bro. Because if it's that miserable for us at high level playing against flyers that are meta, imagine at low level, bro. They're probably getting baked down there. I mean, they're getting baked regardless, but like, just imagine, I don't know. Like torch meta all over again. Oh my god. I have so much friends that quit because of that.
4,
Prime torch meta.
2, 1.
That shit was
All you
insane.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Should I give them until the count of 4?
And we have no kills. Or just Storm had their time. Yeah, never again. Storm, I could probably see it, but Torch, I wouldn't mind Storm because Storm is not that fast, so it's easy to kill her. But Torch, nah. 500 at 5 AM is crazy. We got raided. But go like usual. Bro, I'm lighting that guy up, please. What? No, so that's not working. Oh man. Suck it, Blade. God damn it. Holy lag? Am I stream lagged or something or what? Suck it, Blade. I was pressing Q like crazy. I don't want to come out. DPS pool? I don't wanna be smurfing, that's why. Oh my fucking god, bro. He's getting healed so much, bro. I have my 7 HP, bro. Oh no, he didn't get healed. He got blue life. Fuck.
Okay, let's give it another shot, rookie.
Damn it. Damn it. What? What was that rubber banding? I didn't mean to press my E. I'm dead as fuck. What do you say? Nice solo. You would definitely win your games. Wait, what? Yeah, we lost. Man, I gotta close this game so fast. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. It's 6 a.m., bro. 2 and 9, 1 and 7, bro. People are running it down this late. I'm not playing on my main account. Nope. Yeah, all right, bro. People are toe queuing and running it down, bro. My man had 2 and 9, 1 final, bro. Oh nah, bro. I'm good. Nope. I'm not risking that. 6k damage. Even the supports almost did more damage than him. Nah. I'm not playing on my main. That's extremely dead. Not this late at night. I'm not. Okay, what is it? 6:39. I'll do one more match. I'll do 1 or 2 more. And I gotta get out of here so I can start early next stream. And also I need to edit something real quick before I get off. I can meet. I can't lose.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay. I want to test Dino nerfs. I'm trying to see if there's any other character I want to test. Dino needs to get. I want to test Black Cat nerfs, but I don't. From what I heard, I don't even think I should even bother. I'm not gonna lie. From what I heard, it's not even like it's like a don't bother, don't even bother type angle. So I think I might skip the Black Cat. The cat has been neutered. The cat has been neutered. They actually cooked that cat so badly. Poor kid. Is this the best season? Is this the best season? Is we're wait, what? Is this the best season is? We're talking about 3 past seasons. Out of the 3 past season, is this the best? Well, season 6, in my opinion, was the worst season ever. That was the season when yeah, Gambit was broken, Invis was broken, because remember her shield. Gambit was broken, Invis was broken, so dive was just not a thing. And then that was also Elsa launch. And then going into 6.5. Wait, no. No, that was Deadpool launch. Deadpool was underwhelming, other than the tank one. And then going to 6.5, they didn't nerf shit. Why the fuck did we ban the Dino if I'm playing the Dino? God, bro, I'm getting trolled. Okay, I'm just gonna play Black Cat, run it down. Fuck that. That was the patch going to 6.5. They did a emergency patch to nerf Hela, Hawkeye, Gambit, and Elsa, because in the regular patch notes for 6.5 they didn't address shit, and people were losing their damn minds. I was losing my damn mind because the game was extremely unfun. Poke was dead. Poke was literally dead. Like, you could not play Poke that patch at all. I mean, not Poke. Dive was dead. You couldn't dive at all. Because if you dove, you fought hella no more, and then you would just eat shit. I don't know how that team was still in the game. Here, let me try this Black Cat nerf.
I know a private collector who paid a fortune for an authentic piece like that, and I'd cut you in on the deal.
battle starts
My
in
mind's all set.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nah, ain't no way y'all getting mad at me for playing Black Cat after y'all banned my damn character. Nah, I'm playing whatever I want now. That's extremely dead. I tried to give you a second time. You banned my shit.
So shall that king.
Like, what? You banned my shit. I'm playing whatever I want now. You've lost your mind. Oh my god, this thing is so ass. Like, I tried to give him a second tank. Like, what do you mean? Okay. Damn, this character. Oh, this comp is undivable. They're running so much anti-dive. What is this? Bro, I can't even play Black Cat or test this here. They have a Namor. They have White Fox Luna team up. And Luna's, I mean, White Fox is obviously anti-dive. And then they have Penny Parker. I can't even test this character, bro. Like, what? I might just play Deadpool again or something. Just shoot him. Play Deadpool gun build. Oh, where I play? Wow, these other characters are so boring. I play Torch. Nah, I'm not gonna play any of my mains. Just Smurfing. Oh my goodness. Oh, healers are dead. Oh my goodness, our healers are dead. Yeah, that's another loss. Yo, playing this late at night is cursed. What the hell? Walk your inner mic? I can't even do shit, bro. He was just dying and dying and dying. Where's the thing?
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, his healers are pocketing the shit out of him. Yeah, it's a GG go next angle. Holy shit, these games are horrible. That guy's name is Luna Mains hit me up. How the fuck did that hit inside the thing? Oh my god, bro. L'Oreal. Towards true S tier? True S tier is crazy. True S tier is sick work. What you been up to, L'Oreal? Don't get too close with towards primary. It goes through him. Does it really? It's hilarious. What the fuck was that? Did I get frozen mid-dash so it just flung me? Why did I move like that? What was that? Oh. I dashed into it. Whoops. I dashed into it. The Thor bubble. Oh, that's what flung me like that? I dashed it and like it hit me, so like I just got flung. That was freaking cursed. Look at my Jeff, bro. Healbot City. I like the dash. Hold on, the dash is kind of fire. I didn't think I would like it, but low key is kind of fire. The shift buff for a rework is low-key kind of fire. Got you catch people. Use it aggressively. Bird one shot is good. What? Oh my god, that Thor thing. Oh my god, that thing is annoying. I was just increased the skill set for each character, so 5-star includes skills and I really who's 5-star in this game? I don't know who's 5-star. I can't even name any. Oh wait, Psylocke is 5-star. That one actually makes sense. You need good aim with Psylocke.
Ready to put on a show.
That guy just ate our team and jumped off the map. Our Jeff is throwing. He just ate our teammates. He jumped off the map. Yo, thank God this isn't my main. See what I told you guys, bro. Late night queues are not it, bro. Son, he just ate our team and jumped off the map, bro. And he has ace now. What the fuck? Oh, hell no, bro. I am not playing on my main. Fuck that. Cause why is there a Jeff trolling like this? It's always a damn Jeff player. Bro, I haven't seen somebody do that in a long time. Don't talk about that ace like that. Is crazy. Is this diamond? Yeah, I'm on all. This should be diamond rank, I think. Or this counts in placements. The last game I got off my before I got off my main, I had a thrower, so I was like, oh hell no, I'm getting off. It's that time of night. And every single game since then has been a thrower. On this account. Well, the first game wasn't a thrower.
Get ready.
But like, the games after that on this account has been throwers. Okay, I'll do one more since that match doesn't count. Like that match ended prematurely. Cause what? Oh hell no. Spider-Man, Rogue are also Spider-Man. Yeah, I can see that. And Rogue. Oh my god, I got insta Q. I can see that though for those two. Those two are hard. You gotta know the combo and there's animation cancels and shit.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
All right, last match and I'm out of here. Absolute last match. Absolute last match, bro. Even if I get raided or something, nope, I'm getting off.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, I didn't have our character. Whoops. Whoops. Who do I play this match? I wanted to play the Dino, so I'm gonna see if I can play Dino. I wanted to test out the Dino nerf and see how bad it was. His beam doesn't anti-air, and also his shield has a bigger cooldown, and his bleed % damage got halved. Real quickly. Plus 440 tour. What's going on tour? Plus 40 is going on tour. It's pretty cool. No, they banned Dino, bro. Oh man. Where do I play them? What else I want to test? So I'll play Iron Fist, I guess. Oh, we need a tank. Fuck.
You'll need a top-notch team to win.
Any tanks get changed? Oh, I guess Mag got changed, but it's just his ult lasts longer. That's it. Just Rogue.
The right gal for the job.
Yeah, Rogue. Oh yeah, Angela too. Guess I'll just do Rogue. I forgot Angela's buffs. I forgot Rogue's as well, but I'm pretty sure his was just like what damage and like cooldown fatal attraction. Oh, Angela's was cooldown of her dash. Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, both these skills got really good buffs.
Round one, go! I'll be glad to use 30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, this converts to the thingy faster.
Panda doesn't welcome outsiders lightly.
Neither do your X-Men Cyclops.
Fair point, White.
GG team already throwing. Why is there so much throwers today? Damn. Well, tonight. Yo, never, ever would I ever queue past 5 a.m. on my main. Hey, no way. Jesus Christ, there's a throw every match in this rank. Nah, okay, win or lose, throw or not, I'm getting off of this match. Oh my god, there's a widow. Wow.
Got my eye on someone welcome guests.
What the?
The X-Men are in good hands.
We can learn. Oh, yeah, laser. This guy does so much damage, man. Yeah, no way. What time is it for me? 6:47 a.m. Yeah, I'm off after this match. I've been on for way too long. The blade making you purple or what? Making me purple or what? God damn it. Nah, this character is so broken. You got two? Oof. Man, their Cyclops is hard carrying them. You're up. This is my last match. You really play through the whole night? Are you nocturnal? I'm not nocturnal. But I'm not nocturnal.
Don't like red dot on grease.
Actually, I have someone's parents now too. Oh boy. Yeah, Luna didn't use her ult for some reason. Oh, that broke my thing.
Go down, push up.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, we used everything.
Blade at the bottom, or at top right Cyclops.
I'm pulling, but they're too late. Ben Shapiro. Bruce Wayne. This is a magic pumpkin. This quick play? No, this is ranked. And this is not my main. Scared him away. Someone took the point.
Payload.
What was that guy doing? What the? W stream or something like that. Oh no! I didn't grab anyone. Damn it. He dashed. My grab missed. Oh no, he died before I could grab him.
Multi-laser.
Holy shit, fatal attractions cooldown's 25 seconds. That is insane. Okay, I'm not using that to run out the base again. If I am gonna use it, I gotta use it first. I'm gonna roll out with it. 25 seconds is demonic. There's abilities that are way better than that, or way less. Half the cooldown of that, actually. Oh my god, why did I have an Iron Man? Really? We're both still pretty good. You're like more well-rounded character.
They're running all DPS now. They're not running a single tank.
Oh my god. There's so many throwers at this late at night, bro. I'm so serious, bro. It's insane.
Get ready. Push up now.
Oh my god, he ulted me again.
And they're ult dumping.
Sheesh.
That should make a difference.
Back up, ult. Just you.
I got combo basis characters. So cool. I'm too lazy to learn combos though.
I got ult for this next fight.
I'm still warming up.
Yeah, I feel it.
They're too careful on some character. They are. Oh shit. Bro.
This statue is sacred. Let's get where it needs to be. Damage sustained. Need assistance. Once I am free from this darkness,
Don't like red dot on green.
Damn, she got headshotted. What? That girl hit a lucky ass headshot.
Plasma.
Oh man. Damn, I wish I had the rogue team up. That team up is so fun.
Back up then. Do we want to push this or do we want to pop strange portal?
And we can portal, I mean, it doesn't matter. We have Luna ult. Yeah, portal.
I'm opening a portal.
Down to 30 seconds. We don't get this done.
We gotta kill this blade, honestly. The blade is the weak point on this team. That's even better.
Ooh, got the team up.
Final 10 seconds.
Nice. I have a solid team.
2-1.
But then again, it's not really fair since they have a thrower.
The
Well,
current score is
they have no tank.
3, 2,
Damn, that's a classic on this game. No two tanks. But classic.
including which side you're
Such
on.
a classic, bro. It's insane. Since this game has a
Right heroes could make all the difference.
no roll queue.
Out for the job,
It's
sugar.
classic. Just no two tanks ever. Like, oh my god. No two tanks, no support. Just DPS. I actually hope next season is just no DPSs. I mean, well, it's gonna be. They have to. They need to do a healer next and a tank. But then the season after that, I feel like they should do a healers next, right? And after healer is what, tank? Do 2 tanks in a row, and then probably do another healer. Don't even just healer tank. Like the next 2 seasons should just be healer tank only. Or do 2 tanks for season 10 or something. I don't know.
Stay strong.
Season 10, whoever's in season 10 is gonna be crazy. It's probably gonna be like Doctor Doom or Thanos or some shit.
Uh-huh. I just wish I brought an extra layer of clothing with me. What's the matter?
Healer DPS, bro. They like
Well, let's just
this
say
game. It's like holy shit. Never ever any 2 tanks like ever, bro. They need. There's no incentives to play tank. But you see that new Wolverine team, up, bro? And there's Cyclopses everywhere right now. Oh my god.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
The dunes may have unleashed this madness, but it's It's up to us to make things
Oh man. Check the Rivals channel later. Sure. I'll look at it after this match for in the stream.
Back into a little bit of that support for you. Going in for the dive.
Shit. Oh, what? That was shredded me like that. It was probably the. Oh, she destroyed my crystal, I think. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Oh man, we don't have spoiled yet. Wow, Rocky gets ult so fast this patch, man. After that last buff he got, he gets ult stupid fast.
Ain't gonna pass up another chance to win. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Double healer drop. We'll make it. No, not double healer. We need double tank, bro. He is already strong enough right now. Like, there's tanks that get no love, bro. We need double tank. I hope next season double tank, but it won't be. But just ultimate wall. It's hard for me to even brawl into this. God damn, the damage is just so high.
I'm made from stronger stuff than that. Exit stage left.
I unleash the Vishanti's power
against the world.
Oh, one died.
There's still a chance to stop.
Damn it. 9 deaths. What a different tank. Where is Cat?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
This is war.
Shit, my settings
We
aren't.
keep fighting until we can't fight anymore.
DD just got 4 down.
You got them all.
Was that all of them? Hostile forces incoming.
You stopped them in their tracks.
That's the boost I need.
Anyone willing to help?
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Oh, hell no. Oh, that doesn't go that high?
Got back up.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. He doesn't jump high enough to touch that.
All eyes over here. Now or never. Stop them.
Oh my.
Kill the support in the back. Support in the back.
Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Can he really not make it up this? Wow, he can't. Didn't know that.
That's the boost I need.
A nice deep breath.
Okay, Cat, pop your ult when you get it.
Us against the world. Shield up.
Damn, I'm dying through it. That res beat can go crazy. I mean, that damage boost go crazy. Oh, that guy was a sneaky with us.
You're gonna have to pop your ult Cyclops and then Cap's gonna have to follow up. Alright. That should help Strings build his ult. Then Strings just walk inside of where Cap's going. Control faster.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
W?
You did the hard part.
I got ult for this next fight. And then
I want eyes on this location.
Like portal line? What are they doing?
This spot is worth monitoring.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Our enemies are the edge. These come in real handy. Back in the fight.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm dead. Tommy, this is a follow. We can end this match. I do not want to go to overtime.
No worries. I've got your back.
He stopped them in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
Whoa, that was cursed. Oh my.
Cyclops in the back, half health. He's like literally one tap before you get the ult. They pop their ult. Adam, you gotta try to get your ult fast as you can. And then Cyclops try to follow up after that. Support dead.
That's not good. Oh, W res. Nice.
Final score.
W.
3, 2,
Bro, tank, I want to
2.
improve my tank play? Nah, I don't play tank. I was just playing cap there because I want to practice my cap. Alright, chat. That's 7 hours, bro. I'm done. That is 7 hours, bro. I am done. I don't want to win. Yeah, I was just practicing cap. So. I'm definitely gonna practice more cap though. Cap is fun as hell. Alright, chat. Appreciate everybody that came out tonight. I know it's dummy late. I started streaming extremely late, but I had audio issues. I couldn't really control that. But I appreciate everybody that's here. Thank you guys so much for watching. It is very, very late. I know that. I'm sorry, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll try and do an earlier stream. Obviously, this is late as hell, but hey, man, like I said, audio issues, nothing I can do about that. Anyways, next stream we will be doing, I don't know, probably more of this, more of the same or something. I don't know. Maybe you will do Cuphead or something. I don't know. But yeah, be there. Daily streams as usual. I will catch you guys later. Bye bye. Whoop.